Chapter 955. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and called a doctor to check on Lin Che's body. Before the doctor came, he squatted down and looked at Lin Che. He caressed her leg and said, "Don't be so busy next time. You've been too tired recently." Not really. I feel fine at other times. I don't feel tired. Apart from going to work every day, I have servants to help me. How tired can I be? I was just angered by Miss Yun just now. Gu Jingze looked at her, his heart aching. But he also knew that she was a competitive girl. She couldn't be a good wife and a loving mother just because he asked her to stop. And if he had to cut off her wings and stop her from flying, his heart would ache even more. When the doctor came, he saw Gu Jingze squatting beside her and looking at Lin Che worriedly. He hurried in and said, "Sir." Gu Jingze stood up and stared at him. "Check on Madam. Do it thoroughly." "Yes. Don't worry, sir." The family doctors had always been more careful with Lin Che than with Sir. They knew that Sir valued Lin Che more than they did, so they didn't dare to be negligent. Soon, they tested her blood and checked her heart. Everything was done. Looking at the test results, the doctor said, "Oh my God, my God." Gu Jingze furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened?" The doctor turned around and saw the anxious look in Gu Jingze's eyes. He hurriedly said, "Sir, don't worry. It's good news. Madam's progesterone is rising. We suspect that she's pregnant." The doctor didn't dare to say that she was pregnant. If it wasn't, his life would be in danger. So he only dared to say that he suspected that she was pregnant. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingze and Lin Che were stunned. Pregnant? This was definitely not part of their plan. Lin Che and Gu Jingze hadn't planned or thought about it. But, sometimes she would forget to take protective measures. She had been fine all this while, but she didn't expect to fall for it this time. Gu Jingze took a long time to react. He squatted down again and looked up at Lin Che. "You're pregnant." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's happy smile and felt a warmth in her heart. She suddenly came back to her senses. It seemed that pregnancy really wasn't a bad thing. If she could make him so happy, she suddenly didn't have any other concerns. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's face and looked at her. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly and suddenly burst into laughter. However, Gu Jingze immediately thought of Yun Luo's move just now. He turned around, and his gaze became much sharper. The doctors were shocked, thinking that something was wrong. Gu Jingze said, "Madam was hit just now. Can you take a look at her to see if she's okay?" Hearing this, the doctor quickly said, "Yes, we'll check it now." The doctor asked Lin Che when his last period was. After some calculations, he realized that he hadn't even been pregnant for 2 months, but he should be able to do an ultrasound soon. They did a simple ultrasound machine and found some traces of the child. The other things in the uterus were also healthy. Only then did the doctor let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Madam was fine. He quickly turned around and said, "Sir, Madam seems to be fine. The child is also very healthy, but we can only see a little bit now because it's the early stages. We can't check too many things yet." Lin Che also heaved a sigh of relief. However, he saw that Gu Jingze was still standing there. The haze on his face had yet to dissipate. It looked as if his entire body was immersed in ice. A murderous look flashed across his eyes, causing people's hearts to tremble. Lin Che quickly sat up. "Gu Jingze is fine now." Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, "If Yun Luo had hit with more force just now, you and the child might not have been able to see each other." Thinking of the scene just now, Gu Jingze felt a lingering fear in his heart. If the child had been hit just like that, he would definitely go and kill the Yun family right now. However, even if nothing happened, he definitely wouldn't allow such an accident to happen. Gu Jingze shivered all over. He turned around and said, "Prepare a helicopter for me. We're going to the hospital. At the same time, inform the Yun family that they can forget about running amok in Country C. I'll make them leave Country C." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She quickly went over to hold Gu Jingze back. "Gu Jingze, don't be like this." She didn't want him to get angry over something that didn't happen and cause big trouble. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her. "If we weren't lucky just now, the child might have been gone. No, we're fine now. And because of this, I only found out that we're already pregnant." Gu Jingze shook his head. "It's not because of this. I can't tolerate them having any designs on you. I can't imagine what would happen to you if something like this happened. No, I definitely won't allow the Yun family to appear in any corner of Country C, otherwise, you and the child won't be safe." Lin Che said, "Then, will there be a big fight?" "There will definitely be a fight, but it won't be that tragic. Now that the Yun family is in a mess, it'll be easy to drive them out of Country C in one fell swoop." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless hostility. They deserved it for daring to make a move on Lin Che. That day, Gu Jingze took Lin Che away from the banquet in a helicopter. On the other side, the Yun family also received a warning. Yun Quishan was still looking after Yun Luo in the hospital. He called out Gu Jingze and Lin Che's names hatefully and said to someone, "Get someone to give me a medical report immediately. Just say that Lin Che's accident caused Yun Luo to be critically ill." Let's see how Gu Jingze is going to protect Lin Che. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, someone ran in from outside and said hurriedly, "Old master, bad news. Gu Jingze sent someone to tell us that he wants us to leave Country C. He also said that this time, he won't let the Yun family off." Yun Quishan shuddered. "This kid. What did he mean?" He said, "Did he really say that? What a big tone. Does he really want to go to war?" Yes, the person who came said it directly. What are you stammering for? Just say it directly. Just say it directly and tell us to get out of Country C, or they'll uproot the entire Yun family." This time, Yun Quishan's body swayed completely. What did Gu Jingze mean by this? Was Gu Jingze really going to be heartless to the end and destroy the Yun family at all costs? Impossible. How could this happen all of a sudden? Yun Quishan thought of something and hurriedly said, "Find out for me what happened just now that made Gu Jingze suddenly want to kill the Yun family." Chapter 956. Because the Yun family had specially sent people to ask around, not long after, they found out that Lin Che was pregnant. Lin Che was actually pregnant. Yun Quishan suddenly understood why Gu Jingze had been so angry at that time. Could it be that Yun Luo's attack had almost caused Lin Che's child to have an accident? In the hospital, Lin Che had checked her body and found that she was in good health and all her indicators were basically normal. She just needed to go back and take care of the baby. Gu Jingze was relieved. When he brought Lin Che home, Gu Jingze said, "Behave yourself at home and don't be too busy." He paced back and forth, helping Lin Che pack up his things, not letting Lin Che move at all. When she got up to take a cup, Gu Jingze would press her down. Lin Che said, "I don't have much to do now. I'm just going to record a few episodes of a reality show. This season's reality show will end and I'll probably only appear next season after I give birth. The movie is also done and I'm just waiting for it to be released. I can put down some work and rest." Gu Jingze said, "You're still going to shoot a reality show?" Lin Che said, "I've already signed the contract. When the time comes, I'll inform the director." There are still 2 more episodes and we have to finish filming eventually. Don't worry, our reality show isn't that intense. Most of the time, we'll just make it more effective. There won't be any problems. But Gu Jingze was still worried. Looking at Lin Che, he was already thinking to himself that he needed to personally speak to the director of the reality show and ask him to make the show as gentle as possible. On the other side. Naturally, Black Eagle had heard about it. He smiled and didn't say anything. He was happy that Lin Che was living a good life with Gu Jingze. After all, she was his younger sister. He hoped that she could live a good life because he had never experienced what responsibility was. Having this younger sister gave him an unparalleled sense of responsibility. Black Eagle quite liked this feeling too. It made him feel as though life had some other meaning. When he returned, someone was waiting outside the door. When he saw Black Eagle, he said hurriedly, "Sir, I just heard that someone went to harass Miss Mu again." Black Eagle frowned. "Go and see what's going on." Mu Firen couldn't believe it. Were these people robbers? When she came back today, she saw many people from the court at her house. As soon as they arrived, they were pasting notes to seal up something, which made people feel very speechless. Mu Firen hurriedly walked over and asked them what they were doing. The people from the court looked at Mu Firen and said, "Miss Mu, we found out through a report that this is the property of you and your husband after your marriage. You are going to divorce, so these properties will be temporarily frozen. When the divorce lawsuit comes and the court makes a decision, we will see whose properties these belong to. Only then will we unfreeze them." "What? What nonsense are you guys talking about? I signed a prenuptial agreement with Mo Ding. These things are mine, not his." "Miss, we don't know about this, but Mr. Mo has evidence to prove that the prenuptial agreement is invalid. When you signed it, you didn't have the impartiality of the notary office. Moreover, Mr. Mo signed the agreement when he was unconscious, so we have to check the legality of the agreement first." Mu Firen immediately understood that this was the Mo clan's doing. After all, their family had been residents of B City for so many years. They had long been deeply rooted in the city. It was understandable that they had some connections in the court. Mu Firen pointed at the door angrily and said, "Get out, all of you. Get out." The people from the court looked at her strangely. Then, they heard someone's voice coming from outside with a hint of smugness. "Wow, this villa is not bad." It was the people from the Mo clan. They walked in with Mo Ding and Wei Jingjing. Mo Firen's mother looked at the villa as if she was admiring her own home. She looked disgusting. Mu Firen looked at them and said, "Who allowed you to enter my house?" The few of them had already swaggered in. Their appearance was truly repulsive. When Mo Firen's mother heard Mu Firen's words, she said in surprise, "What house? You and Mo Ding are husband and wife. Isn't this his house?" "You," Mo Firen's mother said, "how dare you say that you don't have money? This house is so good. How dare you say that you don't have money? You're really greedy. You'd rather not divorce for money. I've never seen a woman as greedy as you." What kind of logic was this? They coveted her money, but she didn't give it to them. Now she was accused of being greedy. Mu Firen said, "What are you doing here? I'll call the police. I'll report you for trespassing." Mo Firen's mother looked at Mu Firen and said helplessly, "Mu Firen, it's your fault for not divorcing quickly. Our Mo Ding is anxious to marry Jingjing. Jingjing is pregnant. Let me tell you. Pregnant. No wonder they were so anxious." Mu Firen looked at Wei Jingjing, who was standing beside Mo Firen's mother. When she heard this, she raised her belly and looked very pleased with herself. Initially, the Mo clan had not considered marrying Wei Jingjing into the family. However, Wei Jingjing had suddenly become pregnant. They were anxious to see Mo Ding have a child, so they had reluctantly agreed. But no matter what, she was a child of the Mo clan. Mu Firen said, "If you're anxious to get married, all you have to do is sign a divorce agreement." Ha, in your dreams. You have so much money. If you don't give some of it to Mo Ding, you'll make him waste so much time. How can you be so shameless? Mo Ding has wasted so much of his youth because of you. Otherwise, our family would have been full of children and grandchildren. It's because he married you, a woman who had an affair with someone else, that he still has no children. Mu Firen's expression changed. Watch your mouth. What did she mean by having an affair? Mom, why are there so many people at home? At this moment, Yun came out from behind, rubbing her eyes. She felt a little strange and timid when she saw these people. Mu Firen was stunned. Her expression immediately softened, for she was worried that she had scared Yun. She turned around and picked up Yun. Then, she said to Yun, it's all right. Mom will take you out first. However, Mo Firen's mother blocked her way before she could take 2 steps. Hey, Mu Firen, this is the bastard, right? Mo Firen's mother sized up Yun impolitely. Looking at Yun's beautiful appearance, she snorted and said, "She looks like a coquettish fox like you." Indeed, she can't be the flesh and blood of the Mo clan. How can you speak like this in front of a child? Mu Firen was exasperated. How could these people be so evil? They wouldn't even let such a young child off. Mu Firen covered Yun's ears and rushed out with the child in her arms. Get out of the way. Let me out. What's the matter? If you can't stand it, you can sign the agreement now and give Mo Ding all the money he deserves. Otherwise, we won't let you off so easily. Chapter 957. Mu Firen laughed coldly. So, if I don't agree, will you come here every day to make trouble? Mo Wen's mother did not speak. She only raised her head and looked at her. Her expression was self-explanatory. Mo Firen's mother looked at Mu Firen in disdain. Look at you. You're so concerned about such a small amount of money. Fortunately, Mo Ding didn't really keep you in the Mo family. Otherwise, the Mo family's money would have been taken by a greedy woman like you sooner or later. Mo Wen's mother pointed at Yun. How could Mu Firen tolerate this? She slapped Mo Wen's mother's hand away. Mo Wen's mother said in disbelief, did you just hit me? You hit me, didn't you? As she spoke, she shouted at the people behind her, Quick, come and see. The people from the court are still here, but she's about to hit someone. Mu Firen held Yun in one arm and looked at the woman in front of her. If you dare say such things again and insult my daughter, I won't let you off. Mo Wen's mother was startled by Mu Firen's imposing manner. She had not expected that a woman would dare to go against her in front of so many people. However, Mo Wen's mother immediately remembered that everyone here was her people. What could Mu Firen do alone? Why won't you let her off? Let me tell you, money is useless. There are many rich people in B City. The Mo family doesn't care about your money, but we don't want you to take it away for free. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard from outside. Then, a black figure barged in. When he saw Mo Wen's mother pointing in the direction of Yun and Mu Firen, there was a fierce look in his eyes. He walked over and pushed Mo Wen's mother away. Mo Wen's mother was pushed aside. The force almost made her fall to the ground. How dare that bastard push me? She cried out involuntarily. She turned around and met the black eagle's eyes. Mo Wen's mother almost screamed at the eagle's intimidating gaze. The black hawk took a step forward. As soon as Yun Yun saw the Black Hawk, her frightened little face lifted up and she called out, "Uncle Mo." Black Hawk walked over and looked at Mu Firen. "What happened here?" Mu Firen looked at the Black Hawk and felt her eyes moisten in an instant. Why? Why did he always appear whenever something happened to her? Mu Firen shook her head, looked inside, and said, "They said they wanted to freeze my money." Haiying chuckled and took Yun Yun with one hand. His cold eyes swept over the people in front of him. At this moment, Mo Wen's mother had already stood up straight. When Mo Wen's mother saw the man who had suddenly entered, she said angrily, "Where did you come from? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Ha, don't tell me you're the father of this bastard." Mu Firen's heart shook when she heard this. She looked at Mo Wen's mother angrily and then quickly looked at the man in front of her. She was sorry that Mo Wen's mother had brought him into this. However, just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Black Hawk. The Black Eagle looked at Mo Wen's mother with his black eyes. Why? So what if I am? Mu Firen froze on the spot. What was he talking about? Mu Firen understood that he was speaking up for her because he was here to help her. However, there was no need for him to do this. Mo Wen's mother burst out laughing. "I told you, Mu Firen. Look, your adulterer is here now. Why aren't you getting a divorce? What are you doing?" Black Hawk snorted. "Divorce? Why isn't she getting a divorce? She's getting a divorce right away. Bring the agreement over and we'll sign it right away." Mu Firen hurriedly grabbed his arm. Black Hawk turned around and said, "Why? Look at this man. Is he still a man? What's the point of staying married to a man like him? You should feel disgusted even if you're on the same page as him." Mu Firen gritted her teeth and looked at Mo Wen. "That's true, but I won't give them a single cent of my money." "Money?" Black Hawk asked with a frown. Mo Wen's mother laughed and said, "Why? Don't tell me you think it's so easy to get a divorce. Let me tell you, they'll split the money equally and we'll get a divorce." So that was what was going on. Black Hawk smiled with understanding. He was contemptuous and overbearing. He said, "Get out. Didn't you hear what she said? There's no money." Mo Wen's mother placed her hands on her hips and said, "All right, then don't get a divorce. Otherwise, we'll go to court. Let's see. After wasting time, the money will still be ours. Don't you regret it then?" Mo Wen's mother looked inside. The people inside had already put up the notes and were watching the commotion. Mu Firen said angrily, "It's not legal for you to freeze my things like this. I don't believe that's how the court does things. We're doing everything according to procedure. Humph, from today onwards, the things in this house aren't yours anymore." Mo Wen's mother said. Black Hawk snorted and stopped Mu Firen, who was about to argue. "Talking to Czar is like playing the lute to a cow. You ask them to put up the notes and I'll ask them to tear them apart." Haiying glanced at the people outside. The people outside had already rushed in quickly and directly went in to pull off the stickers that had just been pasted one by one. The people inside did not expect this and looked at the scene in astonishment. "Hey, what are you trying to do? These are the notes from the court." Mo Wen's mother had not expected this person to be so overbearing. She raised her head and made a scene. "What are you doing? Do you want to die? How dare you go against the people from the court? I think you want to go to the police station." Black Hawk snorted and said nonchalantly, "All right, it's just going to the police station. I don't mind. But I don't know who would dare to arrest me." "What?" This man was too arrogant. Mo Wen's mother was so angry that her face darkened. She said immediately, "You. What are you looking at? Hurry up and put the notes back on. Black Hawk said, Where are you? Chase these self-righteous idiots out. The people from the court had never seen such a daring person. But they saw that he had brought so many people with him and that they were not afraid of anything. They listened to his orders and immediately took action. They had been like this since they were young. They were afraid that this man was not a kind person. Wen's mother looked at these people and shouted, You're really out of control. Black Hawk looked at the three people in front of him. He looked at Ding, who was cowering and did not dare to speak. He looked at Wei Jingjing, who was pale with fright. Then he looked at Wen's mother and said, Throw these three out as far as possible. You dare. Wen's mother shouted. But she was still pushed out by a few people. Wen's mother fell at the door. She was so angry that she covered her butt. Where did this bastard come from? Why isn't he afraid of the people from the court? Chapter 958. At this moment, Wei Jingjing, who was at the side, fell to the ground and immediately clutched her stomach. Ouch! Ouch! My stomach! When Ding's mother saw this, her face turned pale. She quickly ran over and pulled Wei Jingjing up. Jingjing, what's wrong? My stomach hurts. Mom, what should I do? Will my child? Ding's mother shouted angrily, They're out of control. They've killed someone. Just you wait, I'll call the police immediately. Ding also hurriedly looked at Wei Jingjing, but in fact, he didn't have any feelings towards the child. The child was accidentally impregnated by Wei Jingjing. He always thought that he had taken good precautions, but it was a pity that Wei Jingjing was careful and somehow got pregnant. Hence, Ding was not anxious. He thought that the child was gone. As they walked to the hospital, Ding's mother called the police on the way. She said that someone had beaten them up and caused their child to have problems. Ding's mother snorted and said, I'll sue them to death today. Do they think they'll be fine after doing this to us? Many people from the court saw them drive us out. They can't go back on their word. Ding wanted to say that the person was not an ordinary person, but seeing that Ding's mother was so angry, he did not say anything. Mu Firen looked at Black Eagle and said, Thank you for coming. Black Eagle asked his men to remove the notes one by one. He turned around and said, If we don't get a divorce, Yun will suffer too. Mu Firen said, I want a divorce too, but they want my money and I won't give it to them. Black Eagle turned around and thought for a moment. Then, he walked slowly to Mu Firen and lowered his head to look at her deeply. Mu Firen's heart raced uncontrollably when she was stared at by those pitch-black eyes. Black Eagle said, Tell me first, do you really want a divorce? Mu Firen did not dare to look at him. She felt that his gaze was poisonous. Yes, I do. Black Eagle said, If you want, I can help you. Mu Firen was stunned. She lifted her head and looked at him with her bright eyes. I just feel that it's too much trouble for you. Don't say things like trouble to me again. Black Eagle enunciated each word. He lowered his head domineeringly and stared into her eyes. He reached out and placed his finger on her lips. Such an ambiguous posture made Mu Firen feel suffocated in an instant. She could smell the faint scent of tobacco on his fingers. Her mouth was slightly agape as she looked at him. He said, Say no more. That look was like a strong mark directly imprinted on her heart, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably. God, this man. Doesn't he know that this is very ambiguous? Mu Firen immediately looked away, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Black Hawk turned his head away. His face was still expressionless as he said indifferently, All right, leave this matter to me. You just need to look after Yunyun. Mu Firen didn't dare to look at her again and only said, thank you then. At this time, some policemen came to Mu Firen's house. Mu Mu said. Mu Mu. Mu Firen, right? Someone said that someone in your family beat someone up and caused a pregnant woman to have a miscarriage. Mu Firen was stunned. What do you mean by beating someone and causing a miscarriage? Don't say anything. Come with us, the policeman said. The police officer said as he walked forward. He saw that it was a famous person, and he even had the intention to curry favor with her. He wanted to say that he was here to pull her up, and it could be considered that he had touched a famous person. Who would have thought that Black Hawk would suddenly walk out from behind? Take your hand off me. The policeman was stunned. He saw that there was someone else. Then, he realized that there was more than one person. The policeman was so scared that he took a few steps back. Ha, it's you, right? You hit a pregnant woman and caused her to miscarry. Black Eagle said, it has nothing to do with her. I hit her. Let's go. Don't you want to go? I'll go with you. The policeman swallowed his saliva. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the way he spoke was not like a normal citizen. Could it be that Mu Firen had some power behind her? He said, let's go. Humph, don't try to play tricks. If you do, I'll report you for assaulting the police. Haing couldn't be bothered with him and directly walked out. Mu Firen said hurriedly, Black Eagle said, when you prepare the divorce agreement, bring it with you. I'll call you later and ask you to bring it. Ha. Okay. Mu Firen looked at Black Eagle. Looking at the expression on his face, she could not help but believe what he said. Soon, Black Eagle arrived at the police station. However, when he entered and the policeman was about to stop him, he raised his hand and said, ask your bureau chief Chin to interrogate me. I don't want anyone else. The policeman saw that this person was so arrogant. Black Eagle looked at the policeman calmly. What? Our bureau chief is busy. He doesn't have time for you. Ha, I'll call him and ask him what he's busy with, Black Eagle said as he picked up the phone. The policeman was shocked. However, Black Eagle's call went through. Bureau Chief Chin, he's a busy man. I want you to interrogate me, but he doesn't have time. Ah. And Mr. M.O., the person on the phone ran down the stairs after hearing the call. However, what was not right was that he came with a bow and directly invited them inside. In the hospital, M.O. Fan's mother looked at the disappointing Wei Jingjing angrily. The child was gone and she still had the cheek to eat on the bed. M.O. Fan's mother said, eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Wei Jingjing said, Mom, I'm recuperating so that I can have another child. M.O. Fan's mother glared at her. The child was gone and she still wanted to get married. There was no future. She would not say it now, but when they were outside, she pulled M.O. Ding aside and said, it's good that the child is gone. You don't have to get married. However, we have to make use of this child. When she comes, we'll make her pay for it. If she doesn't, we'll sue her for murder. Humph. M.O. Fan's mother said, no, I have to inform the media about this. The famous Mu Firen actually hit a pregnant woman. M.O. Ding said, Mom, M.O. Fan's mother said, why? Do you feel sorry for her? M.O. Ding did not want his family to make a scene. However, his company was in a crisis and he had no money. He had to rely on his family's help. He could only watch as M.O. Fan's mother made a scene. He thought about it. Actually, he was the one who had built Mu Firen. He could not bear to destroy her. However, M.O. Wen's mother had already made the call. She said directly into the phone, reporter, I have big news about Mu Firen. I'll send it to you exclusively. She caused trouble and caused a pregnant woman to miscarry. Chapter 959. The reporters were very interested and immediately said that they wanted to interview them. When the police arrived, the reporters were still there, looking at Mo Wen's mother and saying something with tears streaming down her face. When Mo Wen's mother saw that the police had arrived, she quickly got up. The reporters hurried away. This was big news. It was first-hand news. Once it got out, the media would go viral. Mo Wen's mother said, "Look, our pregnant lady has had a miscarriage. Her child is gone. Where are they? Have they caught them?" The police looked at them speechlessly. These people had almost caused them to be in big trouble. Mo Wen's mother was about to speak when she saw a black eagle walking over from behind. When Mo Wen's mother saw Black Eagle, she was puzzled. You, Black Hawk walked in and brought Mu Firen, who was behind him, to this place. Mo Wen's mother snorted coldly. A pair of despicable men and women. How dare they come? When Black Eagle's men heard this, they immediately slapped her. Mo Wen's mother was hit and she said angrily, "Police, look, they're hitting us." The police smiled sheepishly and did not dare to interfere. Mo Wen's mother then realized that something was wrong. She looked at the smiling police and glared at them. "Have you been bribed by him? Are you going to ignore us now?" Black Hawk directly took the divorce agreement from Mu Firen. "Here's the divorce agreement. Sign it now." When Mo Wen's mother saw it, she laughed coldly and said, "Ha, you're here for this. Let me tell you, no way. I'm not signing it." Black Eagle said, "You have to sign it. Hurry up and sign it." Mo Wen's mother said, "Give me half of the money and I'll sign it." Black Hawk snorted and said directly to the police, "These people are now swindling us. They obviously can't keep their child anymore, but they say that we aborted it so that they can compensate us. Now we want the money to give them an appraisal to see if the child can't be kept in the first place, so they deliberately went there to make trouble. If it's me, please arrest them for me." When Mo Wen's mother heard this, her eyes widened. "What nonsense are you talking about? The police won't believe you." Black Eagle said, "I have the ability to stand here now. Do you think the police will believe me more or you?" Mo Wen's mother was speechless. Black Hawk asked someone to hold down Mo Ding, who didn't dare to make a sound. "Sign it now, or I don't know what my people will do." Mo Ding, who was pressed down, was naturally unwilling to accept this. He turned around and shouted at Mu Firen, "Mu Firen, is this how you treat me? First, you seduced others and gave birth to a bastard. Now, you find someone to deal with me." He Ying's eyes darkened. He grabbed Mo Ding's clothes and picked him up like a kitten. "I'll tell you one more time. Yun Yun is not a bastard. Yun Yun is my daughter. Do you understand me now?" The few of them were shocked again. Is this for real? Was it his? Everyone couldn't believe it. But if it wasn't true, who would acknowledge a daughter who had nothing to do with them? Not to mention them, even Mu Firen was stunned. She looked at Black Eagle in shock, but she suddenly thought that perhaps he said that because of Yun Yun. He deliberately said that so that they wouldn't call Yun Yun a bastard. She was grateful, but she also felt that she had let him down. However, Mo Ding's mother believed it after thinking about it. She felt that if Yun Yun was not her daughter and had not seduced Mu Firen a long time ago, she would not have worked so hard. She snorted. They're indeed a pair of adulterers. Mu Firen, look, this is how you married Mo Ding. How can you still say that you don't want a divorce? Black Hawk said, "You're the one who got the better of me by marrying you. You can't blame others for not appreciating it." Humph, Hurry up and sign it. Otherwise, none of you will leave this room today. Mo Ding's mother shouted at the police, "Is there no law?" Black Hawk said, "Talk about law. Don't mistreat this word." Mo Ding's mother was furious. However, she had no choice but to look at how she couldn't get anything done. Mo Ding gritted his teeth and looked at Mu Firen. Mu Firen, who had lost all hope in him, turned her head away. Mo Ding snorted and said, all right, I'll sign it. Mu Firen, I hope that you'll be happy for the rest of your life after the divorce. Don't come begging me again when you're dumped by someone else. Black Hawk said, don't worry, she'll be happy for the rest of her life. A person like you doesn't deserve her happiness. Mo Ding signed his name. Behind him, Mo Ding's mother said angrily, "Ah, Ding, don't sign it. It's a lot of money. You're letting them off easy." However, once he signed it, it became effective. Black Hawk asked someone to bring the agreement to Mu Firen so that she could take it away. Then, he turned to look at them and said, all right, it doesn't matter now. However, I did beat up your family. I'll pay for their medical fees. He stretched out his hand and asked the person beside him for a few red banknotes. Then, he scattered them on the floor. Take your time. With that, he flicked his sleeves and walked out arrogantly. Mo Ding's mother was so angry that her face turned purple. However, the police did not do anything. They could only look at Mo Ding's family. They felt that Mo Ding's family had brought this upon themselves. They had asked for money from a woman for a divorce. If she didn't give them money, they wouldn't get a divorce. That was unmanly. Mo Ding's mother looked at the police officer and shrieked angrily, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Why didn't you do anything just now? Why did you let this person bully us so lawlessly?" The police officer said, "That's enough. We've already asked the hospital. They said that your child is indeed unstable. That's why she died after sitting on the floor. It has nothing to do with them. Besides, the court has also said that you were the ones who broke into the house. Of all people, you provoked Black Hawk. Aren't you asking for death?" "Who? What Hawk?" Mo Ding's mother asked. The police officer said, "That's Black Hawk. You don't even know who he is and you called the police. Aren't you ashamed?" The policeman casually signed his name and walked out. Mo Ding's mother looked at Mo Ding and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Ding sighed and said, "Mom, that's Black Hawk. He's the world's top assassin. WH. What? Mo Ding said, "He's a proper businessman now, but he's still a mafia boss. We can't win against him." "How? How did he know Mu Firen?" Mo Ding found it strange as well. "I don't remember Mu Firen knowing such a person in the past. But he said that he's the child's father. That's strange. Could it be that Mu Firen knew such a person behind my back? Why didn't I know about it? You must have been cheated by him. I owe our family's money. How much money is that? You didn't get a single cent, Humph. Luckily, I've already informed the media. When the whole nation knows about this, I'll see what Mu Firen will do then." Chapter 960. Mu Firen got the divorce agreement. On the way back, she was overjoyed. Looking at Mo Ding's signature, she felt an indescribable joy. She was as relaxed as a bird. She looked at her contract of slavery and thought back to the time when she got married. She never thought that one day she would feel that this marriage was a form of slavery. Black Hawk looked at her from the side. "You're single now." Mu Firen looked up at him and said gratefully, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would have taken." I didn't do anything, Black Eagle said, I just gave him a warning by violent means. Mu-Firen said, although I have some savings over the years, I didn't have any connections because I trusted Mo Ding too much. He is different. His family has a lot of connections in City B, so it's easy for him to do something. If it were me, I might not be able to handle it. But it's different with your help. And thank you for saying those words. Her voice became muffled and a little lingering. Black Eagle turned his head. What words? Mu-Firen lowered her head. I said Yun Yun is your daughter. Haiying looked at her. I really hope that Yun Yun is my daughter. Wasn't that too ambiguous? Mu-Firen raised her head and looked at the eagle. However, Black Hawk had already turned his head and looked forward with an indifferent expression. There was a hint of a smile on his face that was tainted with a hint of ambiguity. It was very tempting. Mu-Firen's series of events caused a stir in the quiet entertainment circle at the end of the year. Mu-Firen, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared in everyone's sight together with the news that she had beaten a pregnant woman and caused her to miscarry. Everyone felt strange. They didn't know when Mu-Firen returned to China and why she appeared in this kind of news. Lin Che was at home at the moment. When she heard about this on the news, she was also shocked. At this time, Mu-Firen suddenly called him. Lin Che. Mu-Firen said. Lin Che said, I saw the news. Are you okay? Mu-Firen smiled and said, it's all right. Don't worry about this news. I will have a piece of news coming out soon. When it comes out, it will probably suppress this piece of news. What news? Lin Che asked. Mu-Firen said, the news about my divorce. Ah, you're divorced. Lin Che almost jumped up. You got a divorce? Yes, we signed the agreement today. How did you succeed? Wasn't it very troublesome before? Yes, Mo Jinyan made it for me. Lin Che was stunned. When he thought of Black Hawk, he felt a little strange for a moment. After all, he was her biological brother now. However, she did not forget that Haiying was Yun Yun's biological father. She said, he's so helpful. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be so helpful. Anyway, I don't have a management company, and I don't want to organize a press conference to talk about this, so I hope to do it in the name of your studio. Wow, didn't you give us a hot search? Ha! Who are we? I can't bear to give it to someone else. Hearing her relaxed voice, Lin Che knew that she had been repressed enough these years. Well, are you still not going to make a comeback? Lin Che asked. Mu-Firen said, I haven't thought about it yet. I have enough money now, but I want to save more for Yun Yun. After all, I'm alone now, and I want her to live a better life. So, I'll see. Okay. Anyway, I'll help you with the press conference. To hold a press conference, she naturally had to inform the media first, then prepare the venue and organize the staff. Her company had professionals to do these things, and she just needed to give instructions. In the past few days, Mu-Firen's news had directly burned the whole entertainment circle. After all, she was the most popular actress in the past. Everyone marveled at the news of her reappearance and wondered if Mu-Firen was going to make a comeback with such a big news. If so, Lin Che would be in danger again. Mu-Firen's popularity had just risen, but it was beaten down by her comeback. However, unexpectedly, Lin Che's studio suddenly released a news that they would hold a press conference for Mu-Firen. Lin Che's studio first released a press release, saying that Mu-Firen had divorced. This news caused an uproar in the entertainment circle again. In terms of popularity, Mu-Firen had always been at the top of the list, and no one had been able to break through it for a long time. Everyone also noticed that Mu-Firen actually asked Lin Che's company to hold a press conference. Therefore, under everyone's expectation, the press conference was directly held downstairs of Lin Che's company. Lin Che accompanied Mu Firen in the company. Everyone looked at the former actress. She was dressed very ordinarily today, but she was still an actress after all, and her momentum was unstoppable. Lin Che was also dressed very simply next to her, so that the press conference would start in a serious state, instead of making it look like a publicity stunt. Everyone looked at Mu Firen from behind and sighed. They didn't expect that the former actress had also divorced and would hold a press conference to explain. The entertainment circle was really changing rapidly, which made people sigh. Soon, the press conference began. When Lin Che and Mu Firen arrived at the press conference together, all the lights, cameras, and microphones were facing them. Mu Firen sat down and looked at everyone. Actually, it's very simple. I've known Mo Ding for many years, and I always thought that my marriage was on the right track, but I didn't expect that it would end in tragedy. We didn't get along well after marriage, so we didn't spend much time together, so I left China and went to the United States. I've been living separately for several years in the United States, and now I've come back to China to divorce and return to the original state of our lives. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, and I'm sorry to have given you a wrong example, but some people's marriages are beautiful, so don't be afraid of them. Thank you, everyone. Hearing that, the reporters were unwilling to let go of such a simple reason. They set up a Q&A session later, and the reporters kept asking spicy questions. Is there no third party involved? How can you not be happy after marriage? Do you have a new relationship now? How is the property divided? After all, Mu Firen had been through a lot, so she was very calm and ignored the spicy questions that she didn't want to answer. Then a reporter asked, "How did you meet Lin Che? Are you good friends now?" Mu Firen immediately smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Che and I are neighbors in the United States. All these years, his friendship has been with me." This made people even more interested. A pair of celebrities who didn't seem to have anything to do with each other suddenly became good friends. Chapter 961. How do you two get along with each other? How do you get along with each other normally? At this moment, everyone focused on the two of them. Mu Firen looked at Lin Che with a smile. Lin Che and I moved in together because we found out that we were both in America. We are very happy together. We take care of each other and live together. It can be said that she is the closest person to me now. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was a story worth digging out. However, it was the press conference today, so they didn't think that they would talk too much. The staff of Lin Che's company immediately said that there would be an exclusive interview in the future and that the press conference would be over soon. After that, the questions were all lukewarm. Although Mu Firen hadn't been back for a long time, she still knew how to deal with the reporters. After the press conference, the topic of Mu Firen's return was released one after another. Mu Firen only said that she was divorced and didn't mention anything else. Since there was nothing to talk about, people gradually stopped talking about divorce. After all, divorce seemed to be a common thing nowadays. Mu Firen didn't mention anything else. Because of her reappearance, the fans began to call for Mu Firen's return, so that the topic of her miscarriage was overshadowed. Because of Mu Firen's return, Lin Che was once again pushed onto the hot topic list. Everyone hoped that they could give an exclusive interview about their friendship, their relationship, and some things that happened in the past. However, Lin Che naturally wouldn't use Mu Firen's matter to create a hot topic, so the company had been dealing with it and didn't agree to any interview. However, at this moment, Nan Gongyu suddenly called Lin Che and told her that their movie, which had been named Joy, had just been applied for the Golden Name Awards and she was very likely to be nominated for the Golden Name Award for Best Actress. This would be the second time that Lin Che had been nominated. Last time, Mu Firen had won the Best Actress award and she had only been there to accompany her. This time, Mu Firen wasn't there, but the nominees were all famous actors and A-list stars. They had brought their most influential films of the year, so it seemed that the competition would be very fierce. Lin Che didn't want to get her hopes up too early, in case she returned disappointed again, so she was indifferent on the phone. Nan Gongyu, on the other hand, was very depressed as he said, "Lin Che, it's you who's going to compete for the Best Actress award. Why haven't you done anything yet?" Lin Che said, "What do you want me to do? I'll treat everyone to a meal after I really win the award. If I don't win the award, I'd better not get too carried away. Hey, it's already very rare to be nominated, okay?" Nan Gongyu said. Lin Che sighed, "You're right, I know that too. Thank you, Nan Gong, for helping me fight for the nomination. But I was so pitiful the last time around. I'm worried that I'll be the same this time. Believe in yourself. Our movie is capable. You'll know when it's released after the new year. As soon as I finished editing it, I immediately signed you up. I really think our film is amazing. It's definitely the best film of the year." Nan Gong, what? Why do I feel like you're becoming more and more narcissistic? Nan Gongyu angrily hung up the phone. Lin Che smiled and hung up the phone. She felt that she might have been affected by her pregnancy. Her emotions were more or less unstable, which made Nan Gong so depressed. Just then, she saw Gu Jingze walk in with a glass of milk. He looked at Lin Che and said, "What's wrong?" Lin Che looked up. "I heard that I was nominated for a Golden Name Award." "Really? Congratulations." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "When is the award ceremony?" "Probably after the new year, around March or April." "Oh, that's good. Your belly isn't big yet." Gu Jingze sat down and gently touched her belly. Lin Che's appetite had been poor these few days, and she was a little depressed. Gu Jingze was very anxious as well. He wished that he could put all the delicious food in the world in front of her and coax her into eating it. Lin Che said, "What if I don't win again? Won't I be laughed at to death?" "What's there to laugh at? It's just that. Didn't you see Shaoli being laughed at for the past few years? But isn't he still at the top? He gets nominated every year. Are the people who laugh at him better than him?" Gu Jingze hugged her and said, "The fact that you were nominated means that you already have the ability to be noticed. In comparison, the people who laugh at you can't be nominated can only laugh at you, right? Okay. Think about it. Are you happy to be nominated or not to be nominated? Then, of course I'm nominated." Lin Che thought about it. If Nan Gongyu told her that he had signed up but didn't get nominated, she would probably be even angrier. Gu Jingze said, "So what are you worried about? Now is the time to celebrate. You can be disappointed when you really don't win the award. Isn't it too early to be disappointed now?" What Gu Jingze said made sense. Lin Che hugged him and looked at Gu Jingze's face. She rubbed her face against his. What would she do without him? But luckily, he was always by her side. She then remembered that she had been too lazy to wash her face in the morning. She looked at him. "Oh no, you didn't wash your face." Gu Jingze could already feel it. His face was oily from sleeping for the whole night. He looked at her. "You still have the nerve to say that." "I rubbed my face. What should I do?" Gu Jingze sighed and looked at her. "What else can I do? I'll use it as a skin care product." Lin Che was speechless. "You have such a heavy taste." Gu Jingze smiled and pressed against her. "I've tried all the liquids on your body. Don't worry, I don't mind." Body, liquids, Lin Che felt even more helpless. She hit him with a red face. You're so annoying. Gu Jingze laughed. Lin Che pouted. Why? You really don't mind? Gu Jingze said seriously, silly, why would I mind? What's yours is mine. I won't mind anything that's mine, he said as he touched her cheek. Lin Che's heart warmed at first, but then she frowned and said, okay, you said I'm a thing. Gu Jingze wondered what was in this woman's head. Why is your attention so skewed? Humph, you're saying I'm a thing. Then you're saying you're not a thing. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and asked. You're so annoying. You're bullying me. Lin Che punched him with her little fist. Gu Jingze smiled and took it. He rubbed her body and said, my greatest joy is bullying you. I'll bully your whole body. Lin Che felt that he had been really flirtatious these few days. Lin Che wondered if it was because she was pregnant and couldn't do anything, that he was holding back. Chapter 962. Lin Che looked at him. Gu Jingze, tell me, you're pregnant now and you can't do anything. Do you feel uncomfortable? She looked down at the part of him that had a slight bulge in it. She felt that Gu Jingze's needs were bigger than most men's. Other men, after being married for a few years, should gradually stop thinking about it. But he was still so powerful. He could always make her unable to get out of bed, and he still wanted more. Usually, he would complain for a few days when his period came, but now, he couldn't move for a few months. Gu Jingze's face darkened as expected. He looked at her bitterly. Treat me better if you know. Don't look around, or else. I might not be able to control myself. He tapped the tip of her nose. His gaze was so presumptuous that he was almost aroused. Lin Che said, nonsense, I'm just taking a look. What else can you feel? Yeah, you don't know. Hungry wolves want to eat food when they hear the name of their food. As for me, I'm like a hungry wolf now, and I can only look but not eat. So I can't control myself when I look at you, let alone look at you, get lost. Lin Che's face heated up. What nonsense are you thinking in your head? I'm thinking about you every day. I can't control myself. He smiled and said, have you forgotten that you drugged me? She had only drugged him once, all right, Lin Che said, the drug took so long. Yeah, I'm curious too. You must have used a special drug. Lin Che laughed. Seeing her laugh, he pulled her up. Let's go wash up and eat. Gu Jingze didn't look well these days because she wasn't feeling well. Outside, the servants were more diligent than the previous one. They hurriedly brought food to them, hoping that Madame could eat more today, so that Sir's complexion would be better. After she sat down, Gu Jingze said, take a look. What do you want to eat? Lin Che felt his stomach ache. He looked at the food and couldn't eat anymore. Gu Jingze said, why? Don't you want to eat anything? Lin Che said, this is a pregnancy reaction. Don't worry. It'll be fine once it's over. However, Gu Jingze's expression changed immediately. Lin Che said, I'll just eat casually. I can't eat too much. I'm worried that I'll vomit if I eat too much. Gu Jingze hurriedly said, okay, I'll feed you. Gu Jingze picked up the bowl of porridge on the table, put it to his lips, and blew on it before carefully passing it to her. Lin Che obediently opened his mouth and ate it. Gu Jingze looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. He made another bite for her. He fed it mouthful by mouthful, as if he was feeding a child. The servants at the side were impressed. Gu Jingze was an impatient man, but he was very patient in front of his wife. Seeing Lin Che eat a big bowl, as well as some pickled vegetables, eggs, and vegetables, he became much happier, and the smile on his face became much warmer. At this moment, a helper came in. She looked at the two of them and said softly, "Sir, someone is visiting." Someone came to visit. Gu Jingzi turned around. "Who is it?" "Mr. Yun and Lady Yun Luo." Lin Che looked up. "Why were the two of them here?" Gu Jingzi said, "I won't see them." As if he didn't hear them, Gu Jingzi picked up the wet towel on the table and carefully wiped Lin Che's mouth. "Sir, Mr. Yun said he's here to apologize and hopes to see you and Madam." "Are you really not going to see him?" "No." Lin Che heard this and said from behind, "Gu Jingzi, are you really not going to see him?" "You'll be upset if you see them," Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che shook her head. "No, I'm not upset. Go ahead and see why they're here. If we let them go, they'll have something to say when they go out. They might say bad things about us." Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply and finally nodded. "Okay, let's go and see how they'll apologize." Outside, Yun Kuishan and Yun Luo stood there waiting. Seeing that the helper didn't even look at them, Yun Kuishan felt embarrassed. Yun Luo had been dragged here. She didn't want to come at all, but she had no choice. Yun Kuishan had been nagging her the whole way, saying that it was all her fault for not paying attention and bumping into Lin Che. In the end, Lin Che got pregnant and angered Gu Jingzi. Now they were all going to be chased out of Country C. When that happened, the Yun family's situation would be even worse. How could Yun Luo have known that Lin Che was pregnant? Didn't Lin Che already have a child? How could she get pregnant so soon? She had worked really hard to gain a foothold in the Gu family. Moreover, her stomach was so strong. Yun Luo was jealous too. She didn't have such a good body or such good luck. But now, the Gu family's helpers seemed to look down on them, looking so high and mighty. Just then, Gu Jingzi came out. Lin Che was beside him. She didn't look like a pregnant woman. She didn't look any different from usual. No, there were some differences. Her face looked a lot more rosy, and she looked a little rounder. She looked like she was exuding vitality. Yun Luo felt strange. Weren't pregnant women all ugly? How could she still maintain her beauty when she was pregnant? However, many female celebrities seem to be like this. Anyway, they were tough on themselves. They didn't forget to diet and exercise during pregnancy. They didn't care about the health of the child in their womb. They just had to maintain their beauty. Yun Luo looked at Lin Che with jealousy. She was carefully protected by Gu Jingzi and looked even more doted on than before. When Yun Kuishan saw that the two of them had come, he hurriedly said, "Jingzi, I brought Yun Luo here to apologize. We really didn't know that we bumped into someone. We know that we were in the wrong. We were angry at you because of what happened in Country M. But now, we really know that we were wrong. Come, Yun Luo, come and apologize." Gu Jingzi was so ruthless towards the Yun family that Yun Kuishan was shocked. Gu Jingzi wasn't inferior to his grandfather at all. At that time, someone had said that after Gu Jingzi came up, the Gu family would be in chaos for a while. Gu Jingzi's foundation wasn't stable and the Gu family wouldn't be rich for more than 3 generations. However, Gu Jingzi came up. Not only was his means not inferior to Gu Xianda's, he was even more ruthless. He made all the plans quickly and got rid of those who weren't willing to follow him. He supported Heiying, who was willing to stand with him. His swift and decisive actions showed that he was indeed someone who could do great things. Yun Kuishan only felt more and more melancholic. It was a pity that such a person couldn't become the son-in-law of the Yun family. Chapter 963. Gu Jingzi raised his hand to stop him. "All right, Mr. Yun, I've already told you everything I need to say. Leave country C, or die. It's your choice. Yun Kuishan looked at Gu Jingze's determined expression and found it hard to accept. Why are you doing this? Jingze, we used to be friends. Look, you've ruined our friendship. Yun Kuishan, I don't need to say how many times your family has almost harmed us. But this last time, you almost killed my child. This is something I can't tolerate. Yun Kuishan felt extremely uneasy. He looked at him and said, Really, we didn't do it on purpose. Yun Luo, what are you looking at? Hurry up and apologize to them. Yun Luo quickly lowered his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lin Che. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. Lin Che looked at Yun Luo. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. There are some things that are useless to say. She knew whether she did it on purpose or not. Moreover, even if she said sorry, it was up to her whether to forgive them or not. She couldn't forgive them just because they said sorry. Yun Kuishan said hurriedly, Jingze, give us another chance. We won't make such a mistake again. Really? Gu Jingze looked at him. Didn't you hear what my wife said? We're not going to forgive them. All right, send them off. He waved his hand lightly and said directly. Yun Kuishan panicked. He wanted to rush forward, but he was blocked by the bodyguard the moment he took a step. Yun Kuishan said, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? I admit that we were eager for quick success and did something wrong, but you can't be so ruthless. What do you look like to outsiders? You've just become the master of the Gu family. Are you going to use the those who follow me will prosper or those who oppose me will perish line? Gu Jingze's indifferent and cold look made people feel even more guilty. Because of this, they couldn't tell what Gu Jingze was really thinking. Was he trying to save face or was he really going to kill them all? Gu Jingze said, those who follow me will prosper or those who oppose me will perish, but there's one thing you have to know. I won't offend those who don't offend me, but if they offend me, I'll kill them. Killing intent flashed in Gu Jingze's eyes. Yun Kuishan's heart shook and he felt dejected. But he didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Gu Jingze dared to do it. The Yun family had been around for hundreds of years. How could they disappear all of a sudden just because of Gu Jingze? He looked at Gu Jingze with gloomy eyes. Ha, if you really dare to be so ruthless towards the Yun family, do you believe that the Yun family is not so easy to bully? Even if we have to fight to the death, we will not let you have it easy. Gu Jingze's eyes were still calm. He just looked at Yun Kuishan and said coldly, a life and death struggle. Do you think that the current Yun family still has the qualifications to talk about a life and death struggle with me? Yun Kuishan looked at the bodyguard next to him and then at Gu Jingze, who looked determined behind him. He finally gave up on begging for mercy and turned around to walk out. As he walked, he snorted coldly. I don't believe that you, Gu Jingze, dare. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. When the time comes, the Yun family will unite with many merchants and protest against your hegemony. Then, even if the Yun family loses in the end, the Gu family will still skin us alive. Yun Kuishan walked out as he walked. In his heart, he really felt that Gu Jingze was not enough. Yun Luo said worriedly, Dad, what should we do now? Yun Kuishan gritted his teeth. I don't believe that Gu Jingze can turn the world upside down. He can't be so daring to kill the Yun family. He doesn't have the confidence either. If we fall out with him now, he will regret it sooner or later. Yun Luo still felt that it was not a good idea. But from what I saw just now, it doesn't seem like he doesn't have the confidence. He's still young and impetuous. If it was Gu Xiande, the Gu family wouldn't be so arrogant. Does he really think that his position is secure? That's why he's so lawless. Even if Yun Kuishan wasn't confident, he still felt that Gu Jingze wouldn't dare. With that thought, he left the place with Yun Luo. Inside, Lin Che watched the Yun family father and daughter leave and said to Gu Jingze, "Is it really okay to fall out with the Yun family like this?" Gu Jingze said, "Of course I have the confidence. That's why I said that." He thought that I would be overcautious. Unfortunately, I'm not grandfather. I'm not as indecisive as him. My style of doing things is different from grandfather's. I think he needs to familiarize himself with my style of doing things before he has the right to confront me here. Alright, don't worry about them. Lin Che nodded. He felt that Gu Jingze did have his own way of doing things and he rarely failed. In comparison, Lin Che naturally didn't understand these things. Gu Jingze said, "Rest well these few days. We'll be busy for a few days during the new year." Gu Jingze had a lot of social engagements this year because he had just become the head of the family. However, because Lin Che was suddenly pregnant, he cancelled these engagements. He didn't want to let Lin Che stay at home alone. Because of this, many people came knocking on the door to visit as the new year approached. Everyone didn't understand the new head of the family's temper. They wanted to take advantage of the New Year's invitation to go out and familiarize themselves with him, but they didn't expect Gu Jingze to cancel most of the engagements. Being so low-key made people feel even more uneasy. These few days, Lin Che saw that there were countless gifts piling up every day. She thought it was strange. In the past, Gu Jingze didn't seem to have so many social engagements. She didn't know what was wrong with him these 2 days. So many people came to send gifts. Lin Che went over to open the gifts. Each one was blinding. She flipped through the gifts and said in surprise, "Damn, what are these?" The servant smiled and said, "Someone knows that we have a pet dog, so they made a custom-made dog leash for it." "It can't be custom-made. Isn't this too extravagant?" There were gems and diamonds on the leash. They would probably be robbed if they went out. The servant thought, of course, a mongrel dog carrying this out would really blind everyone's eyes. However, this dog was Gu Jingze's dog. The servant said, "Sir is the head of the Gu family now, so his status is different from before. That's why there are so many gifts." Lin Che finally understood that being the head of the Gu family had such a big difference. She shrugged and said, "Gu Jingze doesn't do anything, but the gifts he receives are enough for us to spend for a few lifetimes." The servant laughed. "Madam, even if you don't accept gifts now, the Gu family's money is enough for you to spend for many years." That was true. Just then, Gu Jingze returned from outside. Chapter 964. He was here to take Lin Che to the Gu residence. It was the new year, so the family had to go back for a gathering. Nian Nian had already gone to the Gu residence, so Lin Che and Gu Jingze arrived a little later. Because Gu Jingze was worried about Lin Che's health, he didn't want her to go there too early and be disturbed by so many people. Lin Che felt that he was a little too nervous, but she really didn't want to go to the Gu residence and be surrounded by so many people. When they arrived at the Gu residence, many people from the Gu family were already there. Seeing that Gu Jingze hadn't arrived yet, the people inside were still muttering to themselves that he was really powerful now, and it was even more difficult to see him. Someone told them that it was because Gu Jingze's wife was pregnant, and he didn't want her to be too tired, so he came a little late. Everyone was even more convinced that this madam was the one who was more arrogant. However, when Lin Che really arrived, no one dared to be the slightest bit displeased. The moment Lin Che entered the door, he felt that everyone was looking at him differently. In the past, they were somewhat unwilling, but now they were very enthusiastic and greeted Lin Che, looking very respectful. Lin Che could only respond to them one by one, feeling that she was even more tired from everyone's enthusiasm. Lin Che could only look at Gu Jingze and ask, "What's going on?" Gu Jingze said, "Why? You're my wife, so it's normal for them to be respectful to you." Okay. I don't think they were so enthusiastic before. Lin Che touched her stomach, feeling that it had something to do with it. Actually, it was true. Everyone knew that Lin Che was pregnant again. This time, whether it was a boy or a girl, it was Gu Jingze's second child. Lin Che's position was stable. Gu Jingze had always doted on her. Previously, there had been servants who resisted, but they were sent away. Now that she was pregnant, no one could resist. Mu Wanqing and her family were still there. Looking at Lin Che, Mu Wanqing quickly walked over and said, "Oh, poor thing. I heard about your mother and father. I really didn't expect our little Che to have such a rough life. It's really heartbreaking." Lin Che pursed his lips and smiled. He felt that after so many days, he had already accepted this matter. Mu Wanqing said, "However, I didn't expect you to be a child of the Lu family. This is a good thing for you. In the future, even if you start to be the mistress, no one will dare to look down on you if they know that you are a child of the Lu family." Lin Che said, "I haven't thought about that. Mom, you're so capable, you can actually continue doing this." Mu Wanqing smiled and looked behind her. "Silly child, Mom has been doing this for so many years and is already tired. In addition, Chi just came back, so I can go out with him and do a lot of things. The heavy burden of the family should be handed over to you." Mu Wanqing said, "All right, when I heard that I was going to step down, I was so happy. Why do you look like you were forced to eat something disgusting? Your face is so ugly." Lin Che said, I just think that I might not know how to do it yet. But if you really leave it to me, Mom, I will try my best to do it." Mu Wanqing looked at this silly girl and shook her head. What a silly girl. Mistress is the most respected woman in this family. Everyone else is fighting for her, but you don't want her. Lin Che sighed, "I know I don't have this diamond drill, but since I married Gu Jingze, I will still work hard to learn what I need to learn." Mu Wanqing said, "Jingze has also found a good child. You don't covet these things, and you don't care about power at all. That's why Jingze dotes on you so much. What they don't understand is naturally not why Jingze has such a soft spot for you. It's because you are such a rare good child in this world that Jingze loves you so much." Mom. Your praise is making my face turn red. On Gu Xianda's side, he also symbolically sent over a gift. Gu Xianda didn't come in and was only chatting with some of the clan members in the study. When Gu Jingze returned, he naturally went to the study to visit Gu Xianda. When he entered the study, he saw that many of the clan members were there. He smiled and said, "Grandfather's place is really lively today. Jingze is here to pay his respects to all the clan members." Everyone looked at Gu Jingze and could only chuckle. Gu Xianda snorted and said, "You've been really high profile recently. However, I have to remind you, Jingze, the river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. You still have to leave a way out for yourself." Gu Jingze said, "Thank you for the reminder, grandfather. I'll remember it." He looked at Gu Xianda. "It's just that grandfather and I both want the Gu family to be better and better. We just do things differently." Gu Xianda didn't say anything. He looked at him and narrowed his dangerous eyes, but didn't say anything. When Gu Jingze wasn't around, the clan members present still dared to say a few words, but now they didn't dare to say anything. Originally, they thought that if Gu Jingze continued to cause trouble, something would happen sooner or later. However, they didn't expect that Gu Jingze would swiftly and decisively rectify the situation between these wealthy families. In an instant, his reputation and prestige had been established. Gu Xianda only snorted, "Alright, I want to see how far you can take the Gu family." Gu Xianda saw that the clan members were becoming more and more respectful towards him. In his heart, he also understood that he had lost his power. Even though he was a little unwilling, he couldn't change Gu Jing's position in the Gu family and continue to develop steadily. The clan members who were originally a little worried about him were slowly convinced after seeing how Gu Jingza dealt with his opponents with an iron fist. Although they would still come here to complain to him tearfully, it was getting less and less intense. Gu Xianda said, "Alright, everyone go out. There are still many relatives and friends waiting outside." Gu Xianda sat in his wheelchair and went out, surrounded by everyone. Outside, Lin Che was sitting together with Mu Wanqing. When her eyes met Gu Xianda's, she stood up and went over to greet him. Although the clan members were convinced by Gu Jingza, the more powerful Gu Jingza was, the more they felt that the wife he married wasn't worthy of him. When they looked at Lin Che, their expressions were a little unwilling, and there was even a hint of disdain in their eyes. Lin Che greeted Gu Xianda and said, "Hello, Grandpa." Gu Xianda grunted in response. Everyone was still staring at her when a servant came in and said, "The Lu family is here to greet you, old master." Although the New Year's was a gathering for the Gu family, the Lu family was related to the Gu family by marriage, so it wasn't wrong for them to come. Gu Xianda paused for a moment, then raised his hand and asked the servant to invite them in. The person who came in was Lu Qinyu and Lu Beichen's family of 3. It was quite a full family. Everyone was still very wary of the Lu family. Even the Gu family members knew that the Lu family's influence couldn't be underestimated. Gu Jingza could be said to be a little more powerful than them, but as clan members, they couldn't compare to the Lu family's influence at all. Hence, everyone hurriedly came down to greet Lu Qinyu respectfully. However, when Lu Qinyu saw Lin Che, he immediately ran over. "Little Che, you're here." Chapter 965. When Lu Qinyu saw Lin Che, he walked over with a smile. Lin Che quickly said, "Oh, Uncle Lu, hello." Lu Qinyu was a little disappointed when he heard her address him as Uncle Lu. But then, he continued to walk over with a smile. "I just heard that you're pregnant, Dad. I'm really happy, so I came over to see you." Lu Beichen also smiled. "Yeah, my dad has already installed a children's room at home. He said that you should bring your child over to live there when you have the chance." Lin Che said, "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble." "Ah, it's no trouble at all. There will be a chance." "Ah, why are you standing here? It's not good." He raised his head and frowned at Gu Jingza. "Little Che's body needs a good rest now. How can you let him stand like this?" Gu Jingza hurried over, but Lu Qinyu had already seen a seat for the clan members. He walked over and said, "Ah, you." The other person understood Lu Qinyu's intention at once. He didn't dare to argue with Lu Qinyu, so he quickly stood up and said, "Oh, sit here, sit here." Thus, in front of a group of senior people, Lu Qinyu immediately pressed Lin Che, a junior, onto a seat. The clan members looked awkward but didn't say anything. Seeing Lu Qinyu standing at the side and asking about Lin Che's well-being, they couldn't say anything else. They could only stand up. Lu Qinyu looked at Gu Xianda. "Old Master Gu, my daughter is now in your hands. Although I didn't take care of Lin Che before and let your family take advantage of her, don't you dare bully Lin Che in the future. Otherwise, I'll be the first to punish you." Although there were differences between the two families, they were, after all, solicitous. So, he had heard about the movements of the relatives here. He knew that they had expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Che and wanted Gu Jingza to marry someone else. Today, he deliberately chose this day to visit Lin Che to let everyone know that Lin Che wasn't without a backer. They shouldn't think that Lin Che was a pushover. The clan members rubbed their noses and scratched their ears awkwardly. Gu Xiande squinted at Lu Qinyu. Don't worry. Lin Che is living well in our family. I hope so, Lu Qinyu said. What else could the clan members say? They could only nod in agreement. There was nothing special about the New Year's party. Lin Che sat there for a while. Gu Jingze was worried that she was tired, so he said to the others, let's go to the back and have a rest. Seeing Gu Jingze leading Lin Che away and even leaving the hall before Gu Xiande, everyone couldn't help but sigh. In Gu Jingze's heart, Lin Che was still the number one. Someone smiled and said to Lu Qinyu, look at how Jingze treats Lin Che. You don't have to worry at all. Do you think Lin Che will be bullied here? Look at how Jingze treats Lin Che like he's afraid he'll fall, and how he's afraid he'll melt in his mouth. Lu Qinyu laughed. Isn't little Che worth it? Such a good girl was given to him just like that. Seeing that his words were also full of support, everyone hurriedly echoed his sentiments. Someone also said, Old Man Lu is so good. On one hand, he married the young lady of the Gu family, and on the other hand, he married his own daughter into the Gu family. This time, our two families are in-laws. We can't even separate even if we wanted to. The Lu family was lucky. Many people were already jealous when they married the young lady of the Gu family. Now, the future mistress of the Gu family was actually a member of the Lu family. Even if they said that they did it on purpose, some people would still believe it. Otherwise, how could there be such a fate? Lu Qinyu sighed. This is also fate. Originally, I would never have known that little Che was my daughter in this lifetime. Perhaps, she met Jingze because the heavens still wanted to send her to my side. Since the heavens have arranged this, I must do my best to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. From now on, little Che's happiness will be my first concern. That was indeed what he thought. In front of everyone, he didn't need to hide anything. Especially when he looked at Gu Xiande, he spoke in a loud and clear voice. He wanted Gu Xiande to hear him clearly. Gu Xiande looked at him and sipped his tea. It was time to leave. He always left early every year, and everyone was used to it. At the end, a relative came over and said, What does Old Man Lu mean by this? Is he here to support Lin Che, or is he here to threaten the Gu family? Gu Xiande didn't bat an eyelid. He said mildly, It's not easy to be the mistress. Let's talk about it when Lin Che really becomes the mistress with his own abilities. When the relative heard this, he felt that he was right. Looking at her now, she didn't look like she could be the mistress of the family at all. When the time came, it was uncertain whether she would really be the mistress or just a puppet. Lin Che and Gu Jingze went to the back for a walk. Lin Che was a little full from eating, and her stomach was bulging. She touched her belly and said, Ah, my stomach is so big. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, How is it big? Lin Che said, It'll get bigger and bigger in the future. It'll be so big that it'll scare people. Say, when you see it, will you not like me anymore? Lin Che had been with him for a long time, and she had become more courageous. She didn't feel afraid or cautious in front of him at all. She could even act coquettishly when she opened her mouth. There was a hint of questioning in her words. She pouted and looked at Gu Jingze. Her charming face was obviously resentful. Gu Jingze said, Why wouldn't I like you? You're so bloated and ugly. Sometimes, Lin Che felt lucky when she thought about it. When she was pregnant with Nian Nian, she was at her ugliest. Her face was full of pimples, and she looked very haggard. But Gu Jingze didn't see her ugliest appearance. Although she trusted Gu Jingze 100% and understood his character, no woman wanted to be ugly in a man's eyes. She felt a little unhappy just thinking about it. Gu Jingze stopped holding her hand and looked at her. Seeing you become ugly because you gave birth to my child, shouldn't my heart ache more for you? Why wouldn't I like you? But I still don't look good, that won't happen. You'll look good no matter what. That'll still be ugly, then, when that time comes, I won't bathe and I'll be ugly with you every day, okay? Lin Che said, won't you stink to death? Then we'll both be ugly. Won't we dislike each other? Then people will be scared to death when they see you, right? I just need to show you. He smiled and pulled her into his arms. The night scene was very beautiful. Looking at it from afar as he held her in his arms, it was a beautiful painting. It wasn't just because the two people in the painting were so beautiful, but also because of the warmth that the two of them had. It was as if the coldness of the night had been infected. Chapter 966. Of course, Lin Che wouldn't let him not shower or wash his hair. She snuggled into his arms and said, but I'll faint from the smell too. He poked her nose. Silly. Lin Che smiled. He felt that it was very comfortable to stay in his arms. When the two of them entered, they saw Nian Nian sitting there watching TV in boredom. Nian Nian. Lin Che sat down. What are you doing? Can't you see? Nian Nian said. Lin Che felt that Nian Nian didn't like to talk to him recently. She looked at Nian Nian. I can see, but I still want Nian Nian to tell me himself. You can see, but you still need me to tell you, what's wrong? Isn't this how moms talk to babies? Alright, mommy, I'm not a 3-year-old. When a boy grows up, he won't be very close to his mother. Why don't you get used to it now? With that, Nian Nian jumped off the sofa and walked out. Lin Che was stunned. She saw Gu Jingze watching from the side with narrowed eyes. She walked over and said, Gu Jingze, don't you think Nian Nian is a little strange? Gu Jingze said, what do you think? Lin Che said, it's strange. Nian Nian was very independent in the past, but he wouldn't ignore me like this. Is it because I have a baby? She lowered her head and touched her belly. She wanted to say that when some people had a second child, the baby would be a little resistant. But she knew that Nian Nian wouldn't be that kind of child. Nian Nian was much more mature than other children, so he wouldn't have such thoughts. But looking at Nian Nian's changes now, she wondered if Nian Nian actually cared about it. After all, no matter how mature he was, Nian Nian was still a child. Gu Jingze walked to Lin Che's side. Nian Nian is a reasonable child. He wouldn't do this. But, I'll find a chance to ask him what's going on. Alright, Lin Che was filled with worry. She returned to the Gu mansion with Gu Jingze. Gu Shinian went back to his room with them. He said goodnight to his parents and returned to his own room. He was deliberately being angry with Lin Che because he had already found out that Yunyun was really Mo Jinyan's child. But he didn't know if he should tell her. His parents had known about it for a long time, but they had kept it from Auntie Mu Firen and so on. Yunyun had always envied Gu Shinian for having her own father. She also wanted to have a father, but her father was right in front of her, but she couldn't recognize him. Gu Shinian was angry, thinking that they were already adults. How could they be so cruel to Yunyun? Gu Shinian was determined. Since they didn't want to do it, he had to do something for Yunyun to reunite with Mo Jinyan. Furthermore, he had to let his parents know that he was truly angry because they didn't care about a child's feelings and hid the truth. The atmosphere of the new year was very strong in big families. After all, there were a lot of people. Everyone decorated their houses together and hung up new clothes for the new year. Because Lin Che was pregnant this year, the family was especially festive. These were all done by the officials. Because Lin Che wasn't feeling well, he didn't care about anything. He rested in his room and didn't go out much. It was almost New Year's Eve, and everyone was going to the Gu family to celebrate the New Year's Eve. Lin Che hurriedly put on his clothes and went out to look for Nian Nian. She quickly pulled a servant over and asked, "Have you seen Nian Nian?" The servant said, "Young master. I haven't seen him in a while. Isn't he in his room?" Lin Che said, "He's not in his room." After asking this question, everyone realized that no one had seen Nian Nian for a long time. After a while, everyone started to look for him. However, after searching the entire house, they still couldn't find Nian Nian. Everyone couldn't help but panic. Because Lin Che remembered that Nian Nian's mood wasn't right, she became even more anxious. She immediately called Gu Jingze and asked the bodyguards to start looking. Because there was a surveillance camera at the door, she had someone look at the surveillance footage and realized that Nian Nian hadn't left any of the rooms. Because of privacy reasons, there weren't many surveillance cameras inside. There weren't any surveillance cameras at all, so there was no way to know where Nian Nian had left from. Lin Che looked at the surveillance footage over and over again and found it even more strange. Where did Nian Nian leave from? Not long after, Gu Jingze finally rushed back. He threw down his clothes as he entered and asked, "How is it?" Lin Che shook her head, looking anxious. "I haven't found him yet." Gu Jingze patted her back. "Don't worry, I'll get someone to look for him right away." Lin Che couldn't feel at ease. She nodded vigorously and told herself that no one would rush in to take Nian Nian away. The Gu family's security was the best in the entire country. Nian Nian must have run out on his own. Nian Nian would sometimes do the same thing overseas. However, it seemed safer overseas than in China. After all, there weren't as many bad people watching them. However, in B City, there were many people watching the Gu family's door. There was danger everywhere, so it made people feel more worried. Moreover, it was New Year's Eve today. What was Nian Nian doing? On the street. Gu Xinian looked up at the huge clubhouse. From the outside, he could tell how luxurious it was inside. And the people coming in and out were definitely not ordinary people. This was Mo Jinyan's clubhouse. It was said that because Mo Jinyan didn't have a family, he spent New Year's here. Gu Xinian walked across the street and into the clubhouse. It was still open for business today. There were some young people who didn't feel much about New Year's, but rich families were very particular about etiquette. Most of them celebrated the New Year at home. The doorman saw the kid at the door. He smoked and looked at the kid. "Hey, which kid ran out at night? Where are the adults?" Gu Xinian looked at the person in front of him. "I want to see Heiying." The doorman was stunned. Heiying was their boss. Of course he knew his name. But where did this kid come from? He dared to come up and say that he wanted to see Heiying. Heiying was their boss's name. How could an ordinary person call him that directly? He even came to the clubhouse and said it directly. "Hey, kid, who are you? Since you're young, I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, your parents will be implicated by you." Gu Xinian looked up coldly. "I said that I want to see Heiying." "Hey, you brat. I think you're asking for a beating." The doorman was even angrier. What kind of brat was this? How dare he look at him like that? He rolled his eyes and asked, "Kid, tell me, who told you our boss's name? Who told you that you can find our boss here?" Chapter 967. I don't need to talk nonsense with you. I know he's inside. Let me go in now. I don't have much time. If you waste any more time, I'll kill you too. The doorman at the door was depressed. What kind of kid was this? He was angry and didn't want to be polite with him just because he was a kid. He said with a straight face, "Little brat, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll get someone to spank you." Humph, Gu Xinian looked at him indifferently. He raised his head and walked in with his chest puffed out. "Hey, you're really daring." The doorman went up and said to the security guard behind him, "Throw this little brat out." When the security guards heard this, they rushed over. However, before they could touch the child, a tall man suddenly jumped out from behind and grabbed the security guard's hand. The security guard was still in a daze when he felt someone blocking in front of him. Only then did the few of them notice that a row of people had suddenly appeared behind them. Each of them was tall and strong, and they looked very strong. Standing behind this small child, it looked very strange. Which family's kid was so playful that he brought so many people with him? The security guard was so scared that he stood at the side and didn't dare to come over. The doorman was also dumbfounded. Looking at this little boy, he felt that he was not ordinary. This wasn't an expression that a child of a few years old would have, nor was it something that a child of a few years old would do. The doorman looked at the few men and said to them, "Which family's young master is this? He's out to play." The doorman thought that maybe he was a kid from some family, so he was bold because there were people around him. However, he wasn't afraid. After all, their boss was the famous Black Eagle. Gu Xinian looked at him. "Can you bring me in to see Black Eagle now?" The doorman laughed out loud. "Hey, do you want to die? Why don't you take a look at where you are and behave atrociously here?" Gu Xinian looked at him. "Since I can find my way here, I naturally know where this is." When the doorman saw that he had finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand and got his men to rush in. He immediately shouted, "Get your weapons out and teach this little brat a lesson. How dare he barge in here?" As he shouted inside, he shouted at Gu Xinian and his men, "Little bastard, let's see if you dare to barge in." Seeing that he didn't seem to hear him and was still barging in, he hurriedly shouted at the bodyguards, "Hey, stop right there. Your kid is still young, don't you have any brains? If you dare to go in and offend our boss, don't even think about leaving here alive today. I'm telling you." He saw that those people were still like deaf people, they didn't listen to him at all. "Fuck, do you know who our boss is? It's Blackhawk, Mr. Mo. He's someone who kills without blinking an eye. Be careful of your heads, I'm telling you." However, it was the first time for the doorman to see such bold people. Seeing the security guards coming out to beat them, they didn't flinch at all. They just protected the child in the middle and continued to beat them. What was even more terrifying was that these people looked so extraordinary. A few security guards who usually looked good were beaten down by these people effortlessly. He had never seen such a scene before, so he was stunned for a moment. The club's most powerful bodyguards had already been dispatched. If they were any more powerful, they would be the few who were by his boss's side. Naturally, they wouldn't make a move normally, so no one knew how powerful these experts were. Looking at these people today, he felt that these bodyguards were only at this level, they couldn't be any higher. Seeing these people beat up a group of bodyguards just like that, he was really stunned. Heavens, this, wait for me, I'll immediately, what's so noisy? Inside, Blackhawk had already heard what was happening in front of him and walked out. Outside, it was already a mess. Seeing Blackhawk come out, the doorman hurriedly stumbled over. Boss, it's bad, boss, look, this person came here to provoke us and brought people to beat us up, this is..." Blackhawk frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him, and immediately saw the child standing in the middle. He took a closer look, this isn't Gu Xinian. The doorman was stunned. He really knew him. Black Hawk walked over and looked at Nyen Nyen, who was in the middle, and said, "Why are you here?" The people around him then realized that Black Hawk didn't look like a huge monster to this little boy at all. Instead, he looked much gentler. Everyone then realized that it seemed like he was really someone Black Hawk knew. Thinking about it this way, they understood. These people were so powerful because they were in the same class as their boss, so naturally they were also very powerful. Black Hawk looked at Gu Shinian strangely. Gu Shinian crossed his arms and looked at Black Hawk. He looked like a little adult. Black Hawk couldn't help but laugh. "You really look like your dad, and your boldness too. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by barging in here alone?" "Hey, why are you here?" Gu Shinian said, "You're my uncle, right?" Black Hawk was stunned. Indeed, this was Lin Che and Gu Jing's child, which meant that he was his nephew. He nodded. "That's right." Gu Shinian said, "Is it wrong to come and spend the New Year with Uncle?" Black Hawk chuckled. "You're here to spend the New Year with me. Do your parents know?" "I don't want them to know, that's why I'm here to spend the New Year with you." Black Hawk raised his chin and looked down at him. "Heh, you're just like your dad. Just tell me what you want, and as your uncle, I'll give you whatever I can. You don't have to beat around the bush." Gu Shinian heard this and said, "All right, I want to spend the New Year with you." Black Hawk was confused. "You want to spend the New Year with me? Are you serious? That won't do. If you don't spend the New Year with your parents, why are you spending the New Year with me? If your parents find out, they'll definitely come looking for me. I'll send you back." Gu Shinian said, "No, you can't send me back. There's nothing impossible about it. Although you brought people to barge into this place and are very powerful, the people guarding outside are just good-for-nothings. If you think it's that easy to push down the people around me, then you're gravely mistaken." Gu Shinian still looked at him confidently. "Uncle, you'll agree to let me stay. Otherwise, if you don't take me in, I'll go to Auntie Firen's. I believe that Auntie Firen and Yun will take me in too." Black Hawk's eyes flashed. He saw something different in Gu Shinian's pitch-black, bright eyes. His eyes flashed. "What do you know?" Chapter 968. Gu Shinian said, "Looks like it's true." Black Eagle's gaze shifted again. It turned out that he had been tricked by a child. He shook his head. He had no choice but to accept it. Black Eagle tilted his head and let him follow him in. Inside, he looked at Gu Shinian. "What's your motive?" Gu Shinian said, "Since you're Yun's father, why don't you acknowledge her?" Black Eagle paused and looked down at Gu Shinian. "Nyen, you're still young. You don't understand. Yes, I'm still young. I don't understand why adults are so complicated. I only know that it's the New Year and Yun wants a father to celebrate the New Year with her, but her father is right beside her. She doesn't know that she's going to celebrate the New Year without a father again. She'll be sad for another day." Black Eagle couldn't help but feel sad when he heard this. But in the next moment, he looked at the child. "Heh, you little kid. How old are you? You're already so good at talking. To be able to pick on someone's most sensitive nerve and find their weakness so directly, this child would be amazing in the future." Gu Shinian said, "I'm just telling the truth." Black Eagle sighed. He thought about Mu Firen and Yun. He said, "All right, I'll stop talking. I'll go to Yun's place now and celebrate the New Year with her. What do you think?" "Of course, but what's the point of going there if you don't tell her that you're her father?" "I really can't do that." Black Eagle said, "I have my own plan. If they find out now, I'm afraid, your Auntie Firen won't let me get close to Yun anymore." "Why?" Gu Xinian asked curiously. Black Hawk shook his head and said, although you learn fast and well, your thinking is harmful to a child. Sometimes things can be so complicated that it's hard to imagine. Alright, you stay here. Hey, I'm running away from home now. You can't tell my parents. Otherwise, I'll tell Yunyun right away. Black Eagle looked at this child and felt that he was really unlucky today to have met this little brat. He said, how can you not implicate me when you run away from home? Gu Xinian said, it's because you're my uncle. Black Hawk couldn't do anything to him. He really couldn't hit him or scold him. He wasn't an ordinary child, so he could just throw him out. It wouldn't be good to offend such a clever little thing. Black Hawk thought that he had to think of a way to let people know that he was here. As long as Gu Jingze knew, it would be easy. Before Black Hawk went out, he instructed the person at the door, take good care of him. If he loses even a single hair, it won't just be your own death. Your entire family will be implicated by you. Such a stern warning caused the people in front of him to shiver. They hurriedly nodded and said with all their might, Boss, we will do our best to fulfill your orders. Just like that, the Black Hawk left the room. Later, Black Hawk specially mobilized his men to surround the club and close the door. No one was allowed to go in or out. The atmosphere was tense all of a sudden, making people wonder how dangerous the kid inside was to make the boss pay so much attention to him. However, he didn't know that Black Eagle was deliberately exaggerating so that people would notice this place faster. Over there. Indeed, Gu Jingze had almost searched the entire B city. Lin Che was also anxious. Gu Jingze naturally thought of asking Black Hawk for help. Every time something like this happened, Black Hawk was the best helper because there were always more connections in the underworld than in the legal world. However, this time, before he even went to look for him, he heard that Black Hawk had rushed out at night. What was even stranger was that his place was tightly sealed and no one was allowed to go in or out. It was said that it only started at night. When Gu Jingze heard this, he stood there and fell into deep thought. Just then, Lin Che walked in. Seeing the silent Gu Jingze, she quickly walked over and asked, what happened? Gu Jingze turned around and said, there seems to be some progress on Nian Nian's matter. Really? A smile flashed across Lin Che's face instantly. Gu Jingze slowly told her about the Black Eagle. Lin Che was puzzled and asked, why must this be related to Nian Nian? Black Hawk is famous for being arrogant. No one deserves such an exaggerated treatment from him. Moreover, the timing matches with Nian Nian's disappearance. I'm afraid that Nian Nian used something to threaten him not to say anything. He had no choice but to send us such a signal. That's so unreal. Lin Che of course hoped that it was true. Didn't that mean that Nian Nian's whereabouts would be known from the bottom of her heart? Hence, no matter how unreal it was, she wanted to believe it. Gu Jingze said, I'll send someone to investigate. Nian Nian is in B City and there's no one else he can rely on. If he really left on his own, it's possible that he went to look for Black Hawk. Okay. Just then, someone came in from outside and said, Sir, Madam, there's a Mrs. Suitson visiting. She says she's Madam's mother. Mother? Lin Che quickly said, I'll go out and take a look. Gu Jingze saw this and hurriedly followed. She wasn't in good health now and he couldn't let her face this alone. Outside. Suitson stood there quietly and waited. After not seeing her for a few days, Suitson looked much more haggard and haggard. Lin Che went out to see Su Xian, mother. This was much simpler than calling Lu Qinyu daddy. After all, she had called him that for so many years. Suitson walked over. When she heard her mother's voice, tears almost fell from her eyes. She pulled Lin Che and said, Xiao Che, I'm here to see you. It's the new year today. I wanted to come and see you. You should have told me in advance so that I could have sent someone to pick you up, Lin Chase said. Susan shook her head. These few days, I've been thinking about the past. I went back to see the place we used to live, and I went back to school to see my past life. I still feel like I'm dreaming. But when I saw you, I woke up. I knew that everything was real. It's just that I've been asleep for too many years. Lin Che pursed his lips and lowered his head. He didn't know what to say. Susan said, Xiao Che, mother has been away from you for so many years. Fortunately, you're living well. Mother knows that you're a good child. Mother doesn't want to delay your life here. Mother has decided that mother will go back to country M. Lin Che looked up. Mother, Susan said, mother is very relieved that you have Gu Jingze to protect you. Mother is also very relieved that you have teacher Lu to look after you. But if I stay in country C, I'll be homeless. You can stay with me, Lin Che said. Chapter 969. Susan said, how can I do that, Xiao Che? She gently caressed her face. I'm already very happy that I can still see you. I'm also very happy to have such a good daughter like you, but I haven't fulfilled my duty as a mother. I haven't been able to take good care of you. Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. Mom, you were hypnotized. It's not your fault. But I was clearly there, but I didn't take care of you. Xiao Che, Mom is really sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about between mother and daughter, Lin Che said. I just hope Mom can live a good life. Little Che, I'm very happy that you're able to grow up so well. Even without me, you've grown into a good girl. From now on, you have to live well. Mom will be there. You can come and find me at any time. I can also come and visit you. But Mom has already decided to go to country M. Susan sighed and stroked her face tenderly. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up so much and you even have your own child. Lin Che was stunned. Mom, you're going back to country M. Why? That Han Chen had hypnotized her for so long, but she still wanted to go back. Susan said, Chen has protected me for so many years, I owe him. But, I still have you, but he doesn't have a child in this life. He's alone. For me, he's already a loner, without any relatives or friends. How can I let him die alone? What's more, little Che, after so many years, love has faded and feelings are gone. I've also seen many things clearly. In the past, my obsession was too deep. When I loved someone, I invested everything I had, causing me to be on the verge of despair in the end. So now, I no longer see these things as important. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then so be it. So, for the rest of my life, I don't have any other thoughts. I only hope that you can live a good life, and I'll peacefully spend the rest of my days without fighting or snatching, without love or hate. Without fighting, without love or hate, it sounded calm, but at the same time, it was sorrowful. But to Susan, perhaps this was already the best. Lin Che hugged Susan. Mom, baby, you've grown up. Susan hugged him tightly. Susan left, and after walking out, she saw Han Chingen's car in the distance. She closed her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. Cheng-en, come here. Don't always follow me. Han Chen got out of the car. After not seeing him for a few days, he seemed to have become a different person. His beard was unkempt and he no longer looked like a rich man. He looked at Susan as if she was a lost child looking at his only hope. Susan smiled and looked at him. I've been thinking a lot these few days. Han Chen nodded. He knew that she had gone to many places in the past and seen many things. He did not dare to approach her, but he was worried about her, so he could only follow her from afar. Suitsun said, I know that everything you did was for my own good, but I still can't forgive you for hypnotizing me and separating me from my daughter for so many years. Han Chingan's expression became even more sorrowful. He covered his face and said, back then, it was just a desperate plan. I also thought that if I failed, I might lose you, but I don't regret it. At least you haven't been tortured in these past few years. Tell me, Suitsun, what's your decision? What do you want me to do? I'll agree without reservation. Suitsun shook her head. She looked at him and smiled faintly. I'm going back to Country M with you. What? Han Chenjen looked at her in shock. Suitsun said, Ching En, continuing to make you worry for the rest of your life might be the only thing I can punish you for. Han Chingan's eyes were filled with emotion. This was a punishment, but he was willing to be punished like this for the rest of his life. As long as he could be with her, even if he could only look at her and watch her blame herself for the rest of her life, he was willing. Suitsun said, after thinking about it. I've met so many people, done so many things, and experienced so much. The only one who truly loves me is you. Love was a fantasy. She had fallen in love with someone who had never loved her properly. She didn't understand it at the time, but looking back, she realized that true love wasn't about life and death. It was about long-term companionship and silent enjoyment. Although she didn't love Han Chenjen, she knew that he was the only one who loved her. Therefore, choosing this place to spend the rest of her life was probably the only punishment she could give him. Lin Che stood in front of the window upstairs. She watched as Han Chenjen carefully helped Suitsun into the car. Then, the car slowly drove down the street. Her heart was filled with emotions. For a moment, she felt as if she had seen through the mysteries of life. Just then, Gu Jingze slowly came up to her from behind and said, Lin Che, I don't allow you to be sad. Lin Che said, No, I'm not sad. In my heart, Mother passed away a long time ago. Now that I know that she's still alive and living well in this world, I'm already very grateful. It's just that I'm very sad that Mother left with Han Chenjen in the end. Do you think Mother fell in love with Han Chenjen? No, Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, she just chose the path that's best for her. She has accepted everything and feels that love is not so important anymore. Really? Then I feel so sorry for Mother. Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled as he kissed her cheek. Most people have a lot of regrets in their lives. Lin Che looked out of the window and thought that Mother probably loved Lu Qinyu the most. In the end, she wanted Lu Qinyu to find out about her so that she could leave everything behind. However, Lu Qinyu really didn't love her that much. Therefore, in love, the one who loved the most was actually the one who was hurt the most. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt very emotional. Perhaps she was really lucky, unlike most people who couldn't meet such a good man in their lifetime. Lin Che said, Forget it. I don't want to care about the affairs of the older generation anymore. We still have a naughty kid out there that we haven't found yet. Gu Jingze said, I've already sent someone to confirm it. He's at Black Hawk. Don't worry. That's really strange. Why did he go there on New Year's Eve? What should we do now? Black Hawk's place is tightly sealed. I'll first ask Black Hawk what's going on. But knowing that he's there, at least he won't be in danger. You can also rest assured. Don't you also want to know what this kid has been up to recently? We can take this opportunity to see what he's up to. Lin Che said, Oh, right. I wonder if his sudden departure this time has anything to do with his previous bad mood. Chapter 970. On the other side. Mu Firen was at home, preparing to spend the first unmarried New Year's Eve with Yunyun. Even though it was only the two of them, Mu Firen was still very happy. After all, it was the most relaxing New Year's Eve she had ever had. Yunyun was still a little disappointed. She had spent the New Year's Eve with Lin Che in the past, but this time, Lin Che had to go back to the Gu family. Yunyun said, "Mom, why can't Brother Nyan come?" "Because he just came back, so he has to spend the New Year's Eve with his family." "Okay. Then it's just the two of us making dumplings tonight." "Yeah, but Mom will prepare a gift for Yunyun." "Let's guess the gift while eating the dumplings, okay?" "Okay. After that, let's go shopping. There are so many lights outside. It's so beautiful, right?" Yes, Yunyun was very sensible. Hearing Mu Firen's words, she agreed quickly. Mu Firen looked at her and wanted to say that she should take her abroad for the New Year's Eve. It would be more lively. Now, the two of them were a little lonely. However, at this moment, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Mu Firen raised her head and saw Haiying standing at the door. Looking at her through the glass door, he waved his hand lightly. The door was not a security door because the security of this community was very tight. No one was allowed to enter, not even with a key card. Only the owner or the owner's entourage could enter. Therefore, the door inside did not need to be anti-theft. They used an American glass door with a transparent glass that allowed people to see the people outside. He stood there proudly with a smile on his face. Although he wasn't the owner of this place, he was a Black Hawk. Because of this, he could walk in directly. Mu Firen was surprised when Yunyun jumped up impatiently. "Uncle Mo," Yunyun ran over hurriedly. After opening the door for Haiying, he walked in with a smile. Two people celebrating the New Year's Eve. Mu Firen lowered her head and smiled. "Yes. I'm celebrating the New Year's Eve alone, so I thought I could join in." "How could they join in this way?" Mu Firen lowered her head and blushed. However, Yunyun didn't care about this. She immediately leaned forward and called out, "Uncle Mo, do you want to make dumplings with us?" "Yes, Yunyun, Uncle is here to ask you to make dumplings." Mu Firen still wanted to say something, but she found that Yunyun had already said nothing and started to play with the black eagle. Mu Firen wanted to say that this child was too immature. But thinking about it, today was New Year's Eve. It was supposed to be the happiest time for children. She looked at Black Hawk and Yunyun smiling so happily and didn't say anything. Mu Firen was kneading dough inside while Black Eagle was playing with Yunyun outside. However, at this moment, he heard some noises coming from outside. Mu Firen came out and saw that the person standing at the door was Gu Jingze. She had heard from Lin Che that they had to go back to the Gu clan to celebrate the New Year's Eve because there were many things to do in a large clan. However, what did he mean by suddenly appearing here? Mu Firen walked over, opened the door and looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Gu, Gu Jingze said, is Black Eagle here?" Mu Firen was a little embarrassed when she heard that he was looking for Black Eagle. After all, she had nothing to do with Black Eagle, but he came to celebrate the New Year's Eve with them. She said, "Yes, he's inside." Black Eagle heard it from inside and came out with Yunyun in his arms. When he saw Gu Jingze, his eyes flickered and he thought to himself, "This kid found out so quickly. No wonder he is Gu Jingze. Okay, I'm coming now." He put Yunyun down and said, "Wait for Uncle here. I'll be there soon." "Oh, okay." Yunyun nodded sensibly. Gu Jingze closed the door with Black Eagle and stood in the porch. Black Eagle was still pretending. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingze said, "What's going on with Nian Nian? Why is he at your place?" Black Eagle said, "How dare you ask? Do you know that he almost destroyed my place with his men? He's so young and he's already tricked people. He must have inherited this from you. My family doesn't have this bloodline." Gu Jingzi frowned. He brought people there. Yes. Didn't he bring the people you gave him? Black Eagle knew that those people couldn't be ordinary fighters. They must be the ones carefully selected by the Gu family. Gu Jingzi looked outside and was lost in thought. He shook his head and said calmly, I didn't give them to him. Black Eagle said, then why does your little kid know how to train people? That's impossible. He's always busy with training and classes. How could he have time to train people? Besides, according to what you said, if he is a security guard of the Gu family, he must be very skilled and can't be trained in such a short time. Gu Jingzi said, it seems that this kid hasn't been disciplined recently. Black Eagle tugged at Gu Jingzi's clothes. Hey, I don't care what you do. Just find a way to get rid of this little devil. He said that he won't leave and will spend the holiday with me. He won't let me tell his parents. Otherwise, he'll tell Yunyun and Firen that I'm Yunyun's biological father. Black Eagle really wanted to get rid of this little guy as soon as possible. Seeing him now gave him a headache. It was the first time that he had seen such a troublesome kid at such a young age. Fortunately, Yunyun had been with him for so long and hadn't learned to be so bad. Otherwise, he would have been so depressed. Gu Jingzi frowned. He knows about this. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I thought you told him. How is that possible? Gu Jingzi stood there and sighed. He pursed his lips and thought deeply. After a while, he said, you don't have to be afraid of this kind of threat. I'll go talk to him. Hey! Black Eagle pulled Gu Jingzi over. Talk to him. Don't tell him that I told you. If it affects Yunyun, I won't let you off. Gu Jingzi looked at him with a smile. He's your nephew. What can I do if you don't let me off? Black Eagle remembered that he was his nephew. Black Eagle loosened his grip on his clothes and sighed. If I had known that Xiaoqie was my sister, I wouldn't have let her marry a man like you even if I had broken her legs. You gave birth to a little freak who specializes in harming your own family. Gu Jingzi smiled and brushed his clothes. It's too late. Gu Xinian was eating in the restaurant. The more he ate, the more he felt that it was too quiet. At this moment, he saw people walking around outside. It seemed that something had happened. He quickly jumped off the chair and walked out. He pulled someone and asked, what's going on outside? Young master, Mr. Gu is here. What? So fast. Gu Xinian was caught off guard. Oh. Chapter 971. Black Eagle's men panicked when they saw so many people surrounding them. Everyone was still asking each other what they should do. The people opposite them were Gu Jingzi's men. They had surrounded them on New Year's Eve. It was really frustrating. The child inside was Gu Jingzi's child. Why did the father and son bring their own men here to fight? After Gu Jingzi's men stopped, he saw Black Eagle's men standing in front of him. He got out of the car slowly and looked inside. He said to the people in front of him, hand Gu Xinian over. Black Eagle's men quickly said, Mr. Gu, please spare us. Our boss didn't give us the order. We can't just let him go. Gu Jingzi said, I'll take responsibility. You can just let him go. Black Eagle's men didn't dare to do that. Don't you know our boss's temper? He'll kill us. We can't do that. Sir, look, since we can't do that, I'll go in my own way. You can't stop me. Casualties aren't part of my plan. Gu Jingzi looked inside calmly and ordered his men with his eyes. Then, his men rushed in. Black Eagle's men were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They weren't really going to fight, were they? But at this moment. Inside, a childish voice with a hint of coldness passed through the crowd. Stop. Everyone turned around. Their savior had arrived. Gu Shinian stood there, but he was more eye-catching than anyone else there. He looked at Gu Jingze. What's the matter? Gu Jingze said, do you know how worried your mother is at home? Gu Shinian said, I know, but I just want her to worry. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Shinian. Come here first. I have something to ask you. Gu Shinian said, Dad, just ask me. Gu Jingze stared at him. This child's childish face was a little stubborn. He knew that he was just like him, a stubborn person. Although he was angry, he couldn't vent it. He could only look at Gu Shinian and say, how do you know all this? How do you know about Yunyan's matter? What are you going to do now? And where did your men come from? Tell me. Gu Shinian stood there. Dad, I've already told you all this. What else is there for me to do? Gu Jingze said patiently, you can ask me if you have any questions. You can investigate it yourself, but you can only find out the general situation. Gu Shinian said, you make it sound like you'll tell me if I ask. Gu Jingze said, you. Gu Jingze frowned. Are you coming over now? Gu Shinian shook his head. No. Gu Jingze glanced at the people behind him. The people behind Gu Shinian were expressionless. They looked like the Gu family's training style, but they weren't the Gu family security. Although Gu Jingze didn't remember all of them, he could remember most of the security guards in the Gu family. However, none of them looked familiar. Who were these people? He looked at them. Where did you come from? Who allowed you to follow Nian Nian? None of them spoke. Gu Jingze raised his voice coldly, as the head of the Gu family, everyone in the Gu family must obey my orders. The few of them still didn't speak. Gu Shinian snorted. It can't be anyone. Don't your own bodyguards have to listen to the head of the family? He was a quick learner. But if that was the case, were these people his bodyguards? He couldn't remember when he had given Nian Nian these bodyguards. Gu Jingze said, who exactly gave them to you? Nian Nian, if you tell me, I can still help you. Otherwise, if you get cheated by someone, he won't lie to me, unlike all of you who hide things from me. Gu Jingze stared at Gu Shinian. His little face seemed to be impenetrable. It seemed like there was no point in trying to persuade him. Gu Jingze waved his hand and said, all right, then I'll help you test them first. The people around them were shocked. What did he mean? Another fight? However, just as they were starting to get excited, the real savior finally arrived. Gu Shinian, what are you doing? It was Lin Che. She got out of the car and walked over quickly as she cursed. Sure enough, when he saw Lin Che, Gu Shinian's face revealed a bit of helplessness. However, he had said it before, in order to let Lin Che know that he was angry, he still stood there, watching Lin Che walk over with a straight face. Lin Che ran over and went straight for Gu Shinian. Gu Shinian, what are you doing? Gu Shinian looked at Lin Che. I know, Mom. Lin Che asked in surprise, what do you know? Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and whispered a few words in her ear. Lin Che suddenly understood. She looked at Gu Shinian and said, you know, Hey Ying, he's my uncle, so Yunyun and I'm sorry. Nian Nian. Lin Che looked at Gu Shinian and said seriously, Nian Nian, it's my fault that I didn't tell you, but aren't you going to listen to Mom's explanation? Gu Shinian said, you had many opportunities to tell me directly and slowly explain to me, but you didn't. Lin Che said, you're right, but I think it's better for Yunyun to tell you herself after she finds out about it. Gu Shinian said, but she doesn't know now, and if you don't tell them, how can they know? So, are you blaming Mom for not telling Yunyun? Lin Che asked. Gu Shinian nodded. Lin Che said, Nian Nian, I can't tell Yun Yun, because I'm no one to her, and he's her father. He has the right to choose when and how to tell Yun Yun. If you tell Yun Yun and her mother rashly, what if your Auntie Firen leaves with Yun Yun before they're ready to accept it? Wouldn't Yun Yun be even sadder? Why aren't they ready to accept it? Gu Shinian said. Lin Che said, think about it, who doesn't even know who their father is? Who wouldn't even know whose child his or her own was? Because their situation is more complicated than you think, your Auntie Firen needs time to accept it. You see, Uncle Mo is very nice to them now. He's using his own way to get close to them and make them like him. Since that's the case, why should we interfere with his progress? Gu Shinian lowered his head. Lin Che said, Mom knows you're doing this for Yunyan's good, but Yunyan's father wants Yunyan to be well, right? He also wanted to reunite with Yunyan, and he desperately wanted to hear his daughter call him father. However, he couldn't be so impatient, because he had to be prepared. Nian, I know you're very smart, but adults have a plan in mind when they do things. They have to consider more, so we can't tell you everything, oh. Chapter 972. Lin Che said, all right, come here first, Nian Nian. Gu Shinian still stood there without moving. Gu Jingzi said, don't you want to see how Yun and her father are getting along? Let's go and take a look. Gu Shinian looked up. Gu Jingzi said, let's go. It's going to be the new year soon. Gu Shinian pursed his lips and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and nodded in agreement. Gu Shinian was so angry that he ordered his men to stop. Gu Jingzi glanced at the people around him. The security guards of the Gu family had all left. On the other side, the club's security guards and Black Hawk's subordinates let out a sigh of relief. They watched Gu Shinian walk to Gu Jingzi and Lin Che. Lin Che picked him up and started to teach him a lesson. Gu Shinian looked like a kid. The family of 3 left. After a night of turmoil, the club slowly recovered and the people who had come to watch went back to celebrate the new year with peace of mind. Everyone was just sighing. Look at how rich people educate their children. They directly came to PK and almost got into a fight. This early education was really shocking. However, the fact that a rebellious child ran away from home caused such a sensation was truly an eye-opener for the others. Usually, when other people's children caused trouble, they would just beat them up. However, when the children of the Gu family caused trouble, they ganged up on them. It was definitely an unforgettable scene. At Mu Firen's house, Gu Jingzi and Lin Che brought Gu Shinian to the door and looked inside. The family of 3 was so lovely. Mu Firen was making dumplings while Black Hawk was playing with Yun. Yun smiled happily and her eyes narrowed into slits. Gu Shinian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. Just then, Mu Firen raised her head and saw the people outside. Surprised, she put down the dumplings in her hands and went to open the door. Lin Che, Mr. Gu, and little Nian Nian, why are you all here? Yun ran out and shouted happily when she saw Nian Nian, brother Nian Nian, you're here too. I was wondering why you didn't celebrate the new year with us. Gu Shinian patted Yun's head. Black Hawk came out from the back too. Gu Jingzi looked inside and said, we're here to take a look. Lin Che also looked up and said, yeah, because I thought about how we usually spend it together, but this year you guys are going to spend it alone. I also feel very uncomfortable. Mu Firen smiled warmly. She hugged Lin Che and said, I know you all care about me, but it's not a big deal. Besides, Mr. Mo has already been here. She looked at Mo Jinyan. Mo Jinyan looked at the 3 of them. What do we do now? I didn't give you any dumplings. Gu Jingzi said, forget it. We still have to go to the Gu mansion for the festival. When she heard that they were leaving, Yunyun was very reluctant. She pulled Nian Nian and said, "Brother Nian Nian, are you leaving? But it's going to be the new year soon." Nian Nian looked at Yunyun and could not bear to part with her. The two of them had been like twins since they were young, and they would always be together. Even during the new year, they would be together. This was the first time they were separated, and they were very unhappy. Lin Che looked at the two little people. He didn't know if it was because he was emotionally sensitive due to pregnancy, but his heart ached when he looked at them. Gu Jingze looked down at the soft look in Lin Che's eyes. He raised his head and said, "You guys should go to the Gu mansion together." Mu Firen looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Lin Che was also a little surprised. "Ah, can we?" Gu Jingze said, "Why not? It's the festival anyway. It's just for fun. It's good for everyone to go together." He Ying said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Gu Jingze said, "You don't have to worry. Since you're Lin Che's big brother and Nian Nian's uncle, it's reasonable for you to go." He Ying and Lin Che looked at each other. They felt a little helpless about their current identities. Gu Xinian pulled Yunyun. "Let's go then. There's a lot of fun there. I can bring you there to play." Yunyun was still obedient. She raised her head and looked at her mother. But Lin Che had already pulled Mu Firen over. "All right, let's not waste time. Let's go. It's going to be the new year if we don't go now." But, Lin Che said, "It's okay. There are a lot of people there today. We can find a place to gather alone. There will also be fireworks. We don't have to care about others then. No one will care about us anyway. There are so many people and we don't know each other." Mu Firen had no choice. Seeing that Yunyun was really reluctant to leave Nian Nian, they could only agree for the sake of the two children. Gu Jingze and his family left first. Behind them, He Ying also left with the mother and daughter. Soon, they arrived at the Gu mansion. It was indeed a lively place. Many of the Gu family's relatives had come to celebrate the festival. It was the first time that Mu Firen had come to the territory of such an ancient big family. Only when she was there did she feel that this place was really grand. Looking at the huge yard, she felt that it was very unusual. He Ying didn't care. He followed them in and took care of Yunyun dutifully and attentively. Mu Firen looked inside and said, "Thanks to Lin Che, it's my first time participating in a top rich and powerful family's festival." Although He Ying was disdainful, he had to admit that this was the oldest rich and powerful family in Country C. They had more rules and things were also very complicated. He looked at the yard and said, "Follow me in later. It's chaotic outside, don't run around." "Okay." She followed behind He Ying. Although it was a strange place, she didn't feel nervous because someone was leading her. After entering, Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian and asked him, "You haven't told me who gave you the job." Only now did Lin Che remember. "That's right, Gu Xinian, hurry up and tell me the truth, just what happened today." Gu Xinian's face stiffened. "It's the new year. Don't talk about these troublesome things." Seeing that Gu Xinian was about to run, Lin Che pulled him back. "Gu Xinian, this isn't an ordinary thing. You have to tell me what happened," Gu Jingze said from behind. "If you don't tell me, it's only a matter of time before I find out. Why don't you just tell me?" Gu Xinian stood there and said, It's the dark team, dark team." Lin Che didn't understand. He looked up at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's eyes sharpened. "Your grandfather gave the dark team to you." "Grandfather?" "Gu Qigong." Lin Che seemed to have understood immediately. "Did Gu Qigong give these people to Gu Xinian?" Lin Che looked up and asked Gu Jingze, Are these people very powerful? Gu Jingze was still staring at Gu Xinian. When he heard Lin Che's question, he said solemnly, "The Dark Team is the Gu family's elite force. They are specially trained to investigate all kinds of secret matters and work in the dark. Don't you think they're powerful?" Chapter 973. Lin Che was even more surprised. So powerful, she looked at Gu Xinian and felt that his education was different from what she had imagined. How could it be like this? Because he was from the Gu family, he had to experience different things from others. She knew this, but she had never thought that he would have to be so different from a young age. Gu Xinian stood there and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was both surprised and worried. Such a little kid already had his own bodyguard. What kind of world was the Gu family in? She couldn't accept it. Looking at Gu Xinian, she couldn't imagine what it would be like for a kid like him to order others around. Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, "All right, you don't have to worry about him. If he can use the bodyguards to investigate Black Eagle, he should know that he can use them too." Yeah, he already knew how to use the bodyguards at such a young age. She had felt weird when she first got a bodyguard, okay? But Gu Xinian was obviously more used to it than she was. Lin Che really couldn't accept it. He could only think speechlessly in his heart. Could it be that this was the importance of a bloodline? Was it because the Gu family's blood flowed in his body, so he naturally had an instinctive ability towards these things? Gu Jingze said, "All right, let him go first." Seeing that Yunyun had come, Lin Che asked him to play with Yunyun first. Gu Xinian immediately ran away as if he had been pardoned. Gu Jingze said, "Since father gave it to him, let him keep it. The bodyguards trained by father are naturally top-notch and will be beneficial to him." Lin Che tilted his head. So Nian Nian is destined not to be like an ordinary kid, going to kindergarten, primary school, junior high, such an ordinary life. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Look at how high-spirited he is now. Even if you want him to be ordinary, he might not be willing. Lin Che curled his lips. The Gu family is so perverted. Gu Jingze smiled. "You're also a member of the Gu family now." She said, "I'm not as perverted as you." Gu Jingze said, "The Lu family might not be that good either. Look at Lu Beichen's personality. Oh yeah, she was also a Lu family member now." But she had forgotten. She said, "Shoo shoo shoo, I'm different from the Lu family." Gu Jingze said, "In fact, your character is similar to Lu Beichen's." What? Why didn't I notice? Gu Jingze said, "For example, his IQ is a little low." Lin Che immediately chased after Gu Jingze and started fighting. At first, Gu Jingze wanted to run, but she realized that her body was weak now, so she stopped running. She punched Gu Jingze one fist after another and didn't stop until she was tired. Behind them, Heiying saw this scene and said with a smile, "Yeah, only my sister would dare to hit Gu Jingze like this." At this moment, seeing Lin Che and Gu Jingze together, he felt a little proud. This woman who could subdue Gu Jingze was his sister. Mu Firen looked at Black Hawk and said, "That's strange. How did she become your sister?" Black Hawk looked at Mu Firen. "Why? Is there anything wrong with her treating me as her sister?" Mu Firen lowered her head subconsciously as her lips curled up into a smile. Mu Firen's expression seemed to be asking him what was wrong with her. This man also had the expression of a child who couldn't get candy. Mu Firen said, "That's not what I meant." "You're good," although people always say. She let her guard down and blurted out these words. Black Hawk stopped immediately and looked at Mu Firen. "What do they say about me?" Mu Firen said embarrassedly, "Nothing." Black Hawk stared at her as if he wouldn't look away if she didn't say it. Mu Firen could only lower her head and murmur, "I just said, you're very powerful. Black Hawk sneered. I think they should say that I'm a ruthless person who kills without batting an eye. I'm ferocious and you don't know how scary I am. Mu-Firen blushed. That seemed to be what he meant, as if it was scarier than that. He was the top killer because countless people had died in his hands and anyone who offended him would suffer a fate worse than death. Anyway, he made it sound like he was the king of hell. Mu-Firen had heard such rumors ever since she got to know him. In the past, when she didn't know Black Hawk, she wouldn't care about these rumors. However, when he suddenly entered her life, she quietly kept the rumors in her heart. The Black Hawk grabbed her hand. Mu-Firen had to look up at him. Looking straight into his eyes, he said faintly, "Then do you think I'm like what the rumors say?" Ah. Mu-Firen thought about it and shook her head. No. Black Hawk said, "Really? Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. I have nothing to lie to you. I think you're a good person. You're not that bad. As for the rumors, I have a lot of them too. I've been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so of course I know that sometimes rumors are ridiculous." Mu-Firen really thought that he was a good person. This kind of thinking occasionally shocked her. Was she crazy to think that an assassin was a good person? However, she didn't know why, but in her mind, Black Hawk always behaved well. He was kind to Yun and gentle to her. He had never been fierce at all. Maybe there was something wrong with the rumors. Perhaps it was because of his identity. After all, he was someone who had been in the underworld before, which was why everyone felt that he was scary. If she didn't know the real him, just hearing this rumor, she would probably feel that he was very scary. Black Hawk looked down at her, almost looking into her eyes. Then, what if the rumors are true? Mu-Firen was speechless. But, Black Hawk looked ahead. I only treat people who I think are worth it. I never waste time on people who aren't worth it. So, maybe the rumors are true. If the rumors were true, was he really that bad? Hadn't she seen his bad side? Wait, what did he just say? He only treated people who he thought were worth it. Was he talking about her? Mu-Firen's face turned red again. Chapter 974. However, after Haing finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze as if nothing had happened. Then, he walked past him. Mu-Firen was left behind with a flushed face. Her thoughts were running wild, and her heart was in a mess. Black Hawk walked over with his hands behind his back. Well, the Gu family's old house looks good. Gu Jingze clapped his hands. You can do it even if you want to. Black Hawk said, how can it be? I remember your house is hundreds of years old. How can I get such an old place? Lin Che asked, really? It's been that long. Black Hawk said, don't you know? I don't know. I've never come here before. Black Hawk said, the Gu family is a very old family. This land is passed down from generation to generation. It's said that the feng shui here is very good, which is why the Gu family hasn't declined for so many years. Gu Jingze said with his hands behind his back, this has nothing to do with feng shui. It's a matter of intelligence. Black Hawk snorted. I'm complimenting you. Don't be so narcissistic, okay? Gu Jingze said, if you live here, no matter how good your feng shui is, you won't be as good as you are now. Hey, you're looking down on me. Gu Jingze looked at him. I didn't think so at first, but since you and Lin Che are brother and sister, your IQ should be about the same. She's so stupid, so you can't be much smarter. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze. The brother and sister shouted at the same time and stared at the arrogant man. Mu Firen watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't think so at first, but now it seems, you and your sister are a little alike. When you stare at people, your eyes are the same. Mu Firen stood beside Lin Che. It turns out that this place is so old. No wonder it looks so rich. Lin Che said, I just found out about this. I just feel that this place is very big. Yes, it's big and it looks beautiful. It looks different from ordinary rich families. No wonder it's a top rich family. Yeah, I also feel that being in the Gu family is different from being in the Lin family. Lin Che said, but the Lin family is a small family, so of course it can't be compared. Yes, even some of the rich families I've seen can't compare. Thanks to you, I've finally seen what it means to be a top rich family. I really didn't have any concept before. Lin Che looked at her. What do you think of Black Hawk? Mu Firen didn't expect Lin Che to suddenly ask such a question. Lin Che also thought of Yunyun because of Gu Shunyan's matter. He felt that it would be good if Yunyun could reunite with her father as soon as possible. But looking at it now, they really didn't seem to have any intention of acknowledging each other. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Mu Firen, on the other hand, felt that Haiying was too close to her. She was so close that others had noticed something was wrong. Mu Firen looked at her shyly. Fortunately, it was night time, so her flushed face would not be easily noticed. Why did you suddenly? I'm just asking. Mu Firen looked at him. He's your brother. I can't say bad things about him, can I? Lin Che said with a smile, hey, don't think that he can't tell me just because of this. We've just started to get to know each other. I also want to know how others feel about him. Hearing this, Mu Firen said faintly, I think, he's quite good. He's a very good person. He's so good to us orphans and widows, and he's not bad to others. Although he just said that he wasn't a good person, Mu Firen felt that a real bad person wouldn't say that he was a bad person. Lin Che looked at her. It seemed that she had a good impression of Black Hawk. Lin Che couldn't tell whether she wanted them to be together or not. If they were to be together, it would naturally be good for Yunyun. However, he was worried that Mu Firen would blame Black Hawk if she found out about the past. He didn't know if Black Hawk was so nice to her because he really liked Mu Firen. If it was really because of Yunyun, it would be really meaningless for the two of them to be together. So Lin Che was really conflicted. One was her brother who she had just picked up, and the other was her best friend. She really hoped that both of them would be well. At this time, fireworks began to be set off in the Gu family's courtyard. It was almost the new year, and the fireworks were getting brighter and brighter. Lin Che looked up and said happily, wow, it's so beautiful. Gu Jingze stood next to her and gently protected her body. Behind them, Black Hawk and Mu Firen also stood up. They looked up at the sky and watched the fireworks bloom. In front of them, Yunyun and Nian Nian were dancing and laughing. This scene was even more beautiful. It was the first time that Mu Firen had such a lively New Year, and she couldn't help but smile. This New Year's Eve was very successful. The celebrities on the Spring Festival Gala were another hot topic. During this period, Lin Che was resting, so he didn't care much about the company. Bai also came back and was busy at the company. Lin Che had just gotten pregnant, so she was taken care of at home every day. Whenever she went out, she would be followed, so she was too lazy to go out. As for Gu Shinian, Lin Che felt that Gu Shinian was even busier than her. He left early and returned late every day, and he didn't come back at all. Fortunately, she asked Gu Shinian, Nian Nian, do you not want me to have other babies? Gu Shinian replied sincerely, anyway, I'm not the one taking care of them. You're the one taking care of them. I don't care if you have them or not. Lin Che said, then what if they're your younger siblings? Don't you feel anything? Then I hope it's a younger brother, he said. Lin Che asked curiously, why? Because. Gu Xinian said, I don't like girls. They're clingy and annoying, and I have to take care of them. Lin Che felt that she was going to start worrying about whether he would be able to find a wife in the future. However, after talking to him about this, Lin Che was sure that he wouldn't be estranged from her because of the child. After knowing that Gu Xinian had a bodyguard since he was young and had his own power, Lin Che slowly accepted the fact that Gu Xinian was even busier than her. Anyway, he was destined to be extraordinary in the future. It would probably be difficult for her to suppress him now, so she might as well let nature take its course. Fortunately, he was still young, so he definitely wouldn't cause any big trouble. After the new year, Lin Che began to face a new problem. The movie was about to be released, and she had to start a wave of promotional activities. She would probably be busy for a while pregnant. Chapter 975. Lin Che had been reading the pregnancy instructions for the past few days. Although she had been pregnant once, she had to go out to work this time. She had been resting at home before and had never gone out, so she did not have many requirements. But this time, she had to put on makeup, dress up, and wear shoes. She felt that she had to pay more attention to what she had to pay attention to. Everyone knew that Lin Che's movie was going to be released. Before the movie was released, there was already news that she was likely to participate in the Golden Name Award for Best Actress, so everyone was looking forward to it. After the new year, the last episode of the reality show was aired. The program's viewership ratings were still skyrocketing. On the last day, everyone went to a party to celebrate the viewership ratings. The company had prepared a special program to mark the end of production. The next episode would also be a special program to review the previous episodes and promote the next season's show. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Lin Che felt nervous when she thought about the movie that was going to be released. It was her first movie after her comeback. At this moment, Yu Minmin suddenly called and said that she had just returned from vacation. These few days, Yu Minmin had been emotionally unstable during her pregnancy, so Gu Jingming had brought her overseas for a vacation. She had just returned and spent the new year abroad. But her family did not say anything. After all, the two of them wanted to spend time alone and there was nothing to say. As soon as Yu Minmin returned, she went straight to Gu Mansion. When Lin Che heard that Yu Minmin had arrived, he quickly went out to welcome her. Yu Minmin's belly was already big and she could not even cover it up. She was dressed loosely and looked rounder when she came in. Her skin was still fair and tender and she looked good. When Lin Che saw Yu Minmin, he could not help but tease her. What's going on? Mr. President is finally willing to let you out. Yu Minmin pursed her lips and looked at Lin Che. I heard that you were pregnant when I was abroad. Wow, not bad. It seems that you are quite efficient. You got pregnant so quickly. Lin Che pouted and looked at her. They had not seen each other for a long time and they were very close. They quickly went into the living room and chatted. The servant brewed some tea for pregnant women. Yu Minmin looked at her belly and said, it's still early. Do you still have to go to work as usual? Yeah, the director told me that there will be fewer arrangements, but there are still some important places that I have to go to. Okay, it's not a big month for the Golden Name Awards. You can go to receive the award. Ah, what award? You might not even get it, Lin Che said. Yu Minmin said, we'll leave it to fate when the time comes. Why think so much about it now? Lin Che looked at her belly and raised his eyebrows. Did you see if it's a boy or a girl? Yu Minmin rubbed her belly. It's a boy. I just saw it, is that so? Congratulations, there's going to be another naughty kid in the house. They did not care if it was a boy. Yu Minmin said, it doesn't matter. Gu Jingming likes boys. He thinks that girls need to be controlled too much and boys can be left alone. Lin Che said, I think Mr. President must be a good father. Yu Minmin also smiled. In fact, she felt the same way. Just look at how careful he was with her now. She knew that he was a very attentive man. When he became a father in the future, he would also be very attentive to his children. Lin Che said, then, can you come out and walk around now? Did Mr. President allow it? Yu Minmin said, it's been a few months, and I'm still not allowed to go out. Am I going to suffocate for 10 months? Lin Che chuckled. If you don't tell me, I think Mr. President will make you hold it in for 10 months. He's too nervous, but he has agreed. I can go out to work. I'll go back to the company in a few days. Remember to give me any work you have. She really felt that she was about to grow hair from staying at home. She also felt that she was a little silly. Therefore, Yu Minmin was eager to go back to work. Lin Che sighed. You can't stay idle. Can't you be the wife of the president? You won't be beaten up by Mr. President, will you? Of course not, Yu Minmin said. Yu Minmin said, I was too naive back then. In the past, when I was too busy, I always thought that it would be great if I could marry a tycoon one day. I could be a rich wife at home every day and do nothing. At that time, I never thought that I would really marry a tycoon one day. Yeah, he's not just a rich man. He's so big. Lin Che said. Yu Minmin said, yeah. It's quite fantastical, but now that I'm really staying at home, I feel like I'm not fated to do that. I still want to work. I feel like I'm not a human anymore. I feel like I'm an animal. Really, do you think I'm crazy? Lin Che laughed and said, so Gu Jingming felt that you weren't in a good mood because you were always talking like that. In the past, Gu Jingming wanted her to rest at home more, so he spent a lot of time with her every day. However, Yu Minmin was still in low spirits. Gu Jingming had no choice but to take Yu Minmin abroad. Yu Minmin told Gu Jingming about this. Gu Jingming felt that it was more important for her to be happy, so he agreed to let her come back to work. Sure enough, people like them couldn't stay idle. Hearing that she could come back to work, Yu Minmin's worries immediately disappeared and she came back in high spirits. Gu Jingming could only agree with her helplessly. However, he doubled the number of presidential guards that he gave to Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, although I'm back, let Bai be your agent first. Otherwise, if I, a pregnant woman, were to be the agent of another pregnant woman, people would laugh at me when I go out. Okay, it doesn't matter who is the agent. We can still discuss things together. Of course, the timing of your movie's release is very good. Bai doesn't have much experience in publicity, so let me do it. Before the movie is released, I will help you arrange the necessary publicity and try to match the ending of your reality show. At that time, we will definitely be able to move a lot of box office. As expected, Yu Minmin immediately became excited when she talked about work. The two of them discussed in the living room for the whole afternoon, from the list of people participating in the Golden Name Awards, the situation of the competitors, the movie publicity, and the following work arrangements. However, they also knew that after Lin Che's belly grew bigger, she would have to leave the screen for a period of time until she gave birth to the child. Chapter 976. When Gu Jingze came back, Yu Minmin had just left. Seeing that Yu Minmin's belly was already very big, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Your belly will be this big in the future, right? Lin Che said, yeah. Isn't it scary? Gu Jingze nodded her head. Why would it be? I think it's quite interesting. Really? What's interesting about it? It's hard to imagine someone as small as you being so big. But will that be a problem? Won't your stomach hurt? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che worriedly. Lin Che smiled. Silly. How can it hurt? Gu Jingze was very worried and helped Lin Che in. Lin Che said, I saw Nian Nian going out these few days. What is he doing? Gu Jingze said, probably going out to play. Lin Che looked incredulous. Gu Jingze said, all right, what's the use of caring about him? Gu Jingze naturally knew that Nian Nian was still training these few days. Ever since he ran away from home during the new year, he had been more diligent than before. It seemed like that incident had stimulated his desire to become stronger. Gu Jingze held Lin Che in his arms. He wants to be strong. That's what every boy wants. Just let him be. I'll keep an eye on him. I won't let him cause any trouble that he can't handle. Lin Che said, he used to cause trouble when he had nothing to do. Luckily, he was alone at that time, so he couldn't cause too much trouble. But now, he has a bunch of people following him. Sigh, I'm worried that once he causes trouble now, it won't be a small matter. Gu Jingze ruffled her hair. I'm here. Lin Che could only look at him with a pout. Oh yeah, I have to rush to work tomorrow. Gu Jingze frowned. Okay, Lin Che pinched the front of his shirt and looked at him fawningly. Don't worry, I know how to protect myself. I won't go to crowded places and I won't let anyone squeeze me. I have people around me in Dongzi and the others are so skilled. I'll definitely be fine. Gu Jingze couldn't stand her acting like a spoiled child. Looking at her fawning smile and her extremely flirtatious look, he really wanted to pinch her mouth. She was definitely sent by the heavens to punish him. Otherwise, why would he be so unprincipled in front of her? He touched the tip of her nose and looked at her. Okay, be careful. Don't worry. Lin Che knew that he was worried about him, so he said softly to him, the next day. After the new year, the celebrity schedules were endless. There weren't many people like Lin Che who went home to celebrate the new year with peace of mind. Lin Che appeared for the first time after the new year. Her waist hadn't straightened yet, and she was still dressed neatly. No one could tell that she was pregnant at all. Today, they were here to participate in the recording of a reality show special. The popularity of the embarrassing tour made the atmosphere very lively. There was an endless stream of people and the reporters and media were all gathered together. The fans were still screaming outside. As soon as Lin Che got out of the car, he felt the warm atmosphere and was a little scared for a moment. Bai, who came with him, helped Lin Che out of the car and said as they walked, not bad, you caught up with Shuai-Yang's fans. Lin Che smiled and looked at Bai. Okay, you never forget to praise Shuai-Yang. Bai's face turned red, nonsense. Male artists have more fans than female artists to begin with. It's not like you don't know that they're crazier than female artists. Yes. Lin Che still deliberately said ambiguously. Lin Che naturally understood. After all, there were more fangirls. Therefore, Lin Che knew that it was a little unexpected that there were so many people at the scene. It could be seen that reality shows were indeed very popular and they were indeed in the midst of their popularity. It was definitely a great compliment for her fans to be comparable to a male celebrity. Moreover, it was a hot little fresh meat like Shuai-Yang. The event was very happy. Because of the sudden popularity, everyone was also very excited. In the end, Lin Che said that he wanted to take the opportunity to promote the movie that was about to be released. The few men also said that they would definitely help. At the event, a reporter took the opportunity to ask, after the show was broadcast, the ratings and online broadcast were so much higher than travel together. Are you surprised? The host replied, why would I be surprised? I feel that since we've filmed it with all our heart, anything is possible. Everyone naturally knew that they couldn't win against him, so they turned to ask Lin Che, have you seen Yang Ling recently? Lin Che smiled. No, I'm at home for the new year. I haven't seen her for no reason. Everyone knew that Yang Ling had just argued with Lin Che's studio. After that, she didn't get off the show and had her commercial changed. It was really a tragic argument. Everyone said, those two people said that they had a conflict a while ago. Is the conflict still there? Lin Che continued to smile. What conflict? I don't even know her, so it can't be considered a conflict. As for the studio, that's the company's problem. It has nothing to do with me. Then, did you know that Yang Ling was nominated for the Golden Name Award for Best Supporting Actress? Lin Che said, really? Congratulations to her. The nominees for the Golden Name Award haven't been announced yet, so I didn't know. You guys sure get the news fast. Indeed, Lin Che didn't expect Yang Ling to be nominated for the Golden Name Award. Thinking about seeing her at the award ceremony, Lin Che felt disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. She didn't reject anyone. No matter what Yang Ling was plotting or what she was going to do, she didn't have to be afraid. She would deal with whatever came her way. She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had gradually gotten used to it. When the show ended, everyone didn't forget to support Lin Che's new movie. The host said first, hey, reporters, don't leave yet. Our Goddesses movie is going to be released in a few days. Aren't you going to ask a few more questions? Lin Che's face turned red from the teasing. The others also started to talk about it, praising the movie to the skies, which made Lin Che feel very grateful. The show finally ended. Lin Che was very careful along the way, but when she got up at the end, she accidentally tripped over a reporter and almost fell. Fortunately, Dongzi caught her at this moment and quickly helped her to the side. Dongzi immediately grabbed the reporter's collar angrily and glared fiercely at the reporter's face. The reporter was also very frightened. He quickly said, I'm sorry, Lin Che. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Che looked at the pale reporter and waved for Dongzi to let go. Forget it, it's okay. Only then did Dongzi let go of the reporter. Are you okay, miss? It's okay. Let's go. Lin Che looked back at the reporter before walking down. When they came down, because they didn't know that Lin Che was pregnant, they didn't think much of it. They just looked at Lin Che in admiration. Lin Che, where did your company hire bodyguards? They're really skilled. Chapter 977. Lin Che laughed dryly. This, she couldn't say that she was specially trained. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, the company recruited her. Compared to our bodyguard, she's really... Sigh, I can't say. She can't even stop a fan. Alright, look at how many fans you have. Another person laughed. Among us, Lin Che has the most fans. If her bodyguard isn't strong, he'll be swallowed up at any time. Lin Che smiled as he looked at them. Don't be mean to me. I've always had as many fans as anti-fans. We can't get any anti-fans even if we beg. It's okay. Male artists don't have as many anti-fans as us female artists. Everyone laughed. Although they praised that Lin Che's equipment and facilities were better than theirs, men were not as narrow-minded as women. Therefore, they only praised and envied Lin Che for a while. They didn't really take it to heart. Therefore, Lin Che also felt that it would be more relaxing to work with male artists. After the event ended, Lin Che and Bai went down together. Bai said, "That person didn't mean to trip you just now, did she?" Lin Che said in surprise, "How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible." "Maybe she knows your identity," Lin Che said. "You make it sound so scary. It's like you're in a movie." Bai said, "You have to get used to it. You're Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Gu's life is definitely more exciting than a movie." Lin Che thought about it and it seemed to be true. Before she met Gu Jingze, she had only been bullied a little, but after meeting him, she had really seen everything. "But I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think she's acting. Who knows? Anyway, it's better to be careful. I think Gu Jingze's concerns are not unreasonable. In the future, it's better to participate less in these kinds of events." Bai said. Lin Che said, "I think so too." But Bai immediately said, "But it's so popular now. If you go out, there will definitely be a lot of people chasing after you. It seems that there's no way to avoid it." That was true. Nowadays, fans would follow the announcements. This kind of popular scene would probably continue for a while and there was no way to avoid it. Lin Che said, "That's nothing. I just found out that Yang Ling was nominated for the Golden Name Awards too." Bai said, "I just heard about it. There was no internal news about her before, but she has a lot of connections. Maybe she thought of another way to be nominated." Bai looked at Lin Che. Seeing that the reporters are busy asking questions today, it seems that she is preparing to put on a show. However, we are not afraid. Let's see who has the biggest momentum tomorrow. Sure enough, when they returned to the company, they saw Yang Ling's team posting that Yang Ling had been nominated for the Best Supporting Actress award in her first movie. The article praised Yang Ling as a beauty that was hard to come by in many years. Yu Minmin was there too. She sneered and said, "It's hard to imagine that this kid used to be so simple and honest. How can he be so good at bragging now?" Bai said, "What do we do now? Who cares about her? If we announce that we've been nominated for Best Actress, we'll be flattering her. Let her be happy for now. If she really wins the award, it'll be because she's amazing." Bai listened to Yu Minmin. She was more experienced. However, the news that Lin Che was almost tripped by someone immediately reached the ears of the big boss. Gu Jingze slammed the table. "How do you take care of her?" The people behind him were shocked. "There were too many people at that time. I don't care if there were many people or not. There are many people over there, so send more people to keep an eye on them. Those who went this time, come back and receive your punishment. I want to see who dares to be careless next time." When everyone saw that Gu Jingze had said so, they quickly went back to receive their punishment one by one. Gu Jingze couldn't bear to blame Lin Che. These people had suffered one by one. Fortunately, they knew the importance of this child and the seriousness of the matter if something happened, so they didn't have any complaints about the punishment. When Lin Che returned home, she saw that the servants were even more attentive. She wondered what had happened. The servant helped her pour water and put it down with a careful look, which made Lin Che very suspicious, so she quickly pulled the servant over and asked, "What happened at home?" The servant said, "No. Nothing. There must be something. Tell me." Lin Che pulled the servant and refused to let go. "Really?" Lin Che looked at her with a straight face. "Are you going to tell me, or should I ask your husband? But after I ask, you know what the consequences are, right?" Gu Jingze was emotionally unstable now. If he got angry, they would be finished again. Yes, I'll tell you." "Madam, don't be angry." She quickly told Gu Jingze what had happened. She said that Gu Jingze had asked everyone to come back to receive their punishment. When Lin Che heard this, he felt that it wasn't that serious. He seemed to be too nervous. She put down the cup and walked to the study, where she could hear him on the phone. I want to ask for the reporter's exact location. You don't have to worry about anything else. I just don't want her to appear anywhere near my wife. It's best if she doesn't appear in Country C. Lin Che quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Gu Jingze looked at her. Why are you here? Gu Jingze put down the phone and walked around the table. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze, don't make things too big. Gu Jingze said, it's not a big deal. How is that possible? You're the great CEO Gu. You personally went to ask for the reporter's location. How is that not a big deal? If the reporter heard about it, she would be scared out of her wits. I heard that you've personally asked for any place in Country C. Let me ask you, which place would dare to accept her? Gu Jingze said calmly, what does this have to do with me? I just don't want to change someone's fate because of such a small matter. I'll feel bad if I do. Gu Jingze looked at her. You're too kind. This isn't kindness. I don't care what happens to someone who doesn't treat me well. I won't ask you to let her go, but this person only made a small mistake and was chased out just like that. Of course I'll feel bad. And those security guards, they did their job. Otherwise, I would have fallen today. Gu Jingze said, they should have considered all the consequences, but they didn't, so you punished them? Don't be like this, Gu Jingze. Don't punish them, okay? Lin Che leaned on him again and raised her head to look at him. There was a hint of coquettishness in her gaze. Chapter 978. Gu Jingze frowned. Lin Che was still fooling around behind them. It's true. I think it's a little too serious. How about I just fine them with some salary? Gu Jingze turned around and looked at Lin Che. Silly. Lin Che pinched the front of his shirt and helped him adjust the collar of his shirt. Then I'll take that as a yes. Gu Jingze shook his head. I think they've been spoiled by you. Knowing that you're my weakness, they'll hide behind you in the future when something happens. Let's see what you can do. Lin Che stuck out her tongue. I won't care if it has nothing to do with me. But isn't it related to me? I don't want them to be punished because of me. After all, I was careless. Lin Che rubbed against his body. Gu Jingze was stunned. He could feel her soft body approaching him with her unique fragrance. He hurriedly closed his eyes and stepped aside. Lin Che noticed. She blinked and looked at him. You. Why are you hiding from me? Gu Jingze said, it's nothing. Hey, you're really hiding from me. Lin Che walked towards him as if she had discovered a new continent. Gu Jingze moved away, and she quickly moved closer. Hee, Gu Jingze, are you afraid of me? Come on. Don't be afraid. Gu Jingze said, don't ask for trouble. Hee, who's asking for trouble? Lin Che moved closer to him. Gu Jingze grabbed her hands and looked at her. He hugged her body, lifted her by her hips and put her on the table. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. She felt his body heat up as he moved closer. He smelled her scent but didn't dare to move closer. That look made her heart ache. She said, Gu Jingze, are you having a hard time holding it in? Gu Jingze's Adam's apple bobbed, and there was already some sweat on it. If you know, then don't move, he said unhappily. Lin Che felt a little guilty in his heart. Although this had nothing to do with her, she was pregnant with a child. For the sake of the child, she couldn't do anything to him. This was common sense. She had also heard of some men who, when their wives were pregnant, couldn't help but touch their wives. When their wives were unwilling, they even felt that their wives were neglecting them and took the opportunity to have an affair. At that time, she felt that it was inconceivable. She thought that these men were really animals that only thought with the lower half of their bodies. They didn't even think about their wives and children. Although there might not be an accident, what if there was? At the very least, he had to listen to the doctor's advice. For the first 3 months and the last 3 months, he couldn't do this kind of intense exercise. She remembered that she once had a classmate who lost her child because of this. In the end, the man didn't even realize it. He felt that he didn't do anything, but the child was lost. When he asked the girl about it, the girl could only cry and say that she was afraid that if she didn't let her husband touch her, her husband would cheat on her and find someone else. So, she could only let him be. Lin Che wouldn't think that way. Pregnancy was a matter between the two of them. If he despised her because of this man, then what was the point of having such a man? However, her Gu Jingze wasn't such a person at all. On the contrary, because he was worried, he was careful every day. Even if he had a hard time holding it in at night, he definitely wouldn't do anything too drastic. Even so, he insisted on hugging her to sleep every night. He didn't do anything and was willing to do it. Thinking of this, Lin Che felt guilty. She felt that he was holding it in so hard, but she didn't seem to be able to do anything. Lin Che said, "Then what do we do now? How about I help you, no need." He closed his eyes. "It'll be fine in a while. Just let me look at you." He looked at Lin Che quietly and reached out to caress her cheek. It was really strange. She was clearly pregnant, but she didn't use any skincare products, yet she still looked so beautiful. Her skin was still so supple, and it was still so intoxicating when he touched it. It's really strange. Why is it that this is already the second child, and she is already the mother of a child, but she still looks like a child, so pure, that pair of crystal-like eyes, still with a dazzling light, making people feel full of youth and hope. He had always liked to look at her eyes. Now that he was looking at them, it was as if he was attracted to them. He felt that perhaps it was because she was so good. She was always like an exquisite doll that he couldn't bear to put down. She was flawless, and that was why he was holding it in so hard. At this moment, he was sighing. He hoped that if the two of them could grow old sooner, perhaps he wouldn't be overwhelmed by desire when he saw her. However, smelling the scent on her body, he felt that this was basically an extravagant hope. Perhaps no matter what, her attraction to him was fatal. From the first time he had her body, he had already been unable to control himself. Time and time again, he wanted to kiss her as if he was possessed. He wanted to kiss every corner of her body, every inch of her skin. She felt that his palms seemed to suddenly become hotter. He even said that he would recover in a while, but he didn't look like he had recovered at all. It was clearly getting worse. His palms were obviously burning, and his eyes were already showing a blood-red glow. On his Adam's apple, hot sweat rolled down and slid down into his white shirt, leaving a little wet mark on it. Gu Jingze clearly didn't expect that his self-control would be so bad. He turned his head immediately and didn't look at her anymore. He frowned and said, "All right, you can leave first." Lin Che couldn't bear to see him leave. Looking at his back, his broad shoulders were slightly trembling because it was unbearable. Her heart ached. She walked over and hugged his back. Gu Jingze's whole body trembled. Lin Che pressed against his back and said, "Let me help you." Gu Jingze closed his eyes and said, "Don't, really, I'll help you. Anyway, there are many ways. Don't hold it in anymore. If you hold it in like this, what if you break down?" She raised her head bit by bit and looked at his wet face. Her hand had already reached down from below. Gu Jingze couldn't stand her touch like this, but he felt that Lin Che's hand was caressing him. Even though there was a layer of cloth between them, he still felt extremely sensitive and comfortable. Although she was shy and taking the initiative to do this kind of action was a little too embarrassing, she was willing to do anything to make him feel better. She closed her eyes and quietly felt it with her hand. When she touched it so quickly, she was even more shocked. So big, she was really going to die. And when she touched it, she could feel that it was still changing. Gu Jingze's throat was burning. He grabbed her hand and his deep voice was as hoarse as a cello in the autumn night. It sounded even more charming. "You're playing with fire." Lin Che raised her head and blushed. "Fire? Yes, I feel that if you continue to hold it in, it will start to burn." Gu Jingze flipped her over and pressed her down on the table. Her hand slid in from below, and his body trembled. Closing his eyes, he felt her delicate little hand, and the ecstasy it brought him. He sighed out loud. Chapter 979. Lin Che raised her head. Is this okay?" Gu Jingze couldn't take it anymore and said, "You can do whatever you want." "Really?" "Yeah, be good. You're so cute everywhere, so I can feel anything you do." Lin Che felt that his face really turned red after being praised like this. Gu Jingze felt that even though her technique was still immature and not superb, it was fresh and exciting. He never knew how she would feel down there. He caressed her body, one hand reaching into her clothes. Because of her pregnancy, she had grown a lot in the places that should be fleshy. The feeling of roundness was even better than before. Because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself, he hadn't touched it for a long time. Now that he touched it, he couldn't bear to let go. Just a little touch was enough to satisfy him. Kneading it made him feel even more comfortable. Lin Che's whole body heated up. At this time, she was actually very sensitive because of the hormones, and he was still touching her everywhere. She blushed and looked at him resentfully. Her red lips parted slightly, and her pearly white teeth trembled slightly. She looked extremely delicate. Gu Jingze felt that she was extremely cute, and he wanted to knead her into his body and take her away. He lifted her face, rubbed her body, and looked at her bashful expression. He couldn't hold it in any longer and let it all out. Because they hadn't touched each other for a long time, Lin Che couldn't take it anymore. She blushed and buried her head, not daring to look at him. But in the next moment, Gu Jingze carried her up. Lin Che said hurriedly, "You. What are you doing?" Gu Jingze gently placed her on the sofa. Then, he kissed her lips, blocking her rosy and glossy lower lip. He couldn't help but wrap his tongue around her pearly white teeth and suck on the taste of her body. Then, his hand groped from below. As he panted, he said to her, "You help me, and I'll help you too." That ambiguous voice, mixed with the hoarseness of his lust, added a few hints of passion. Lin Che said hurriedly, "You. Why are you helping me? What do you think?" "I can't help it, but you can," he said as he pushed her onto the table. "Ah. Woo. You." Lin Che felt his hands directly kneading her most sensitive body. His rough but gentle hands teased every single chord in her body, causing her to sink into his waves. It wasn't until she was completely limp that he kissed the sweat on her forehead and said to her, "Be good. Your body can't handle it, so don't be too intense. Just do it once. You can make it up to me when the child is born." Lin Che's face was already flushed, and he kept hitting his shoulder. "You're so annoying. You're bullying me." Yes. I married you to bully you." However, isn't this kind of bullying very comfortable? Scram. Actually, Lin Che should be more sensitive during pregnancy. Gu Jingzi chuckled. Because of her encouragement, he was much more open-minded at this time, and his heart seemed to be less impatient. He carried her and brought her to the shower. They had originally gone in with a tense expression, but the two of them came out with smiles on their faces. When the helpers outside saw this, they seemed to be relieved, thinking that they had escaped with their lives. It looked like their future would still depend on Madame. If Madame was well, they would be well. If Madame wasn't, none of them would be well. Madame was still the best when it came to Sir. In less than an hour, the big problem was turned into a small one, and the small one into nothing. However, Gu Jingzi still did not let go of the reporter who caused trouble. Very quickly, with a phone call, the reporter was mysteriously removed from his job. From then on, he could forget about working in the media industry. This was already a very good punishment. If not for Lin Che's pleas, she would have disappeared from Country C. The next day, when the news of Yang Ling's nomination had spread everywhere, the list of nominees for the Golden Name Awards was released. Everyone saw that other than Yang Ling, most of the nominees were people that everyone could guess. Some of the active A-list celebrities had done well last year. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lin Che's nomination. She was nominated for the Golden Name Best Actress Award again. She had such a high achievement even before the movie was released, and she had won the first votes for the movie when it was released. When everyone saw the list of nominees, there were people who were convinced and people who were not. Some people found it strange that Lin Che's movie was nominated before it was released. Someone said sourly, it's because she has a strong foundation. Reality TV is so popular, of course the judges have to give her face. This is a movie award, not a reality TV award. Go and tell the judges, what's the use of telling us? Sigh, now is not the time to look at fame. Someone even said, then get up. Yang Ling is just a supporting role, yet she specially issued a press release. How petty. After all, she has never been nominated before. Yang Ling was backstage when she heard these people's discussion. She immediately walked up angrily and said, that's right, I haven't been nominated before, but you guys have? You can't even get close to the Golden Name Awards and you still have the cheek to say that others are petty? Let me see which one of you is nominated. The people behind her snorted and looked at Yang Ling. They had long disliked arrogant people like her, so they became bolder because they had more people. We don't have that ability. We have the skills and the cheek to sleep in the Golden Name Awards. That's right, Lin Che at least went there based on his ability. Some people, Yang Ling narrowed her eyes and looked at her. Then, she snorted coldly and said, isn't that also ability? If you have the ability, you can go sleep too. If you don't have the ability, then shut up. No one expected Yang Ling to be so shameless. Her face that had just been repaired looked pretty, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed fake. She even looked more and more like Lin Che. Yang Ling didn't care what they thought. She turned around and went back inside. She looked at the mirror and touched up her makeup. Looking at her exquisite makeup, she told herself that celebrities were like this. They could take as much humiliation as they could take. She wasn't worried about being scolded by many people. She was very satisfied with her current life. She had fame, status, and money. She could do anything that Lin Che could do. She only thought gloomily in her heart. Why did everyone think that Lin Che did it because of his ability, while she did it because of something else? Chapter 980. Thinking about how Lin Che had been nominated for Best Actress, she was furious. She sat there thinking, it's not certain that you won't get it. Let's see what you're going to do if you don't get anything when the time comes. Yang Ling clenched her fists and said to the assistant beside her, get someone to promote Lin Che as much as possible. Make her look like a big sister. The assistant said, "Aw. Sister Ling, what's wrong? Getting someone to promote her online will cost a lot of money." "What's wrong? I have a lot of money. Why don't I spend it? Should I keep it for you when you're old? I want to promote her. The higher she goes, the worse she'll fall. When the time comes, I'll go to the committee and tell them not to choose her." The assistant knew that Yang Ling had always been a spendthrift, but she earned money quickly anyway. If she couldn't make it, she would drink with him. She could earn a few $100,000 a time, and another few $100,000 if she slept with him at night. She would drink with him while spending the money on herself. Thus, she rose higher and higher, not caring about her reputation. She just had a bad temper and didn't listen to anyone. The assistant didn't dare to say anything more. She wanted to persuade her that she didn't get anything good from offending Lin Che last time. She couldn't ignore that and continue to offend him this time. The assistant felt that Lin Che was very powerful and didn't dare to offend her. Unfortunately, she didn't keep her word. Because Lin Che's popularity hadn't gone down, Lin Che didn't notice the unusual activity online on the day of the movie's release. On the day of the movie's release, the premiere was held at Jiming Studio in B City. Lin Che arrived early in the morning. Because he almost tripped the last time, there were a lot more people this time. The fans were all waiting outside. Lin Che only waved to everyone from inside, blew a kiss, and walked in. Nangong Yu was still waiting inside. Looking at the scene outside, she shook her head and said to Lin Che, "Big star, there are too many people." Lin Che said helplessly, "I can't help it. The reality show just ended, so the popularity must be higher." Nangong Yu shook her head and looked at Lin Che. She had to admit that she had the capital to be this popular. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked in. There were quite a number of celebrities who came to support them. They said that they were here to support them, but some of them saw that there were so many reporters here, so they came to join in the fun. There were quite a few of them. After all, some artists who weren't particularly popular would put in a lot of effort just to get on the headlines and appear on the news. As soon as Lin Che followed Nangong Yu in, everyone came forward to welcome him. "Director, congratulations. This movie will definitely be a hit." "Same to you. Thank you for coming." Everyone looked at Lin Che and congratulated him. "Congratulations, you've won the Best Female Lead Award even before it's released." "Not at all, not at all. Don't kill me, everyone, ah." Lin Che smiled and greeted everyone. She, who was becoming more and more mature, now had the demeanor of a big shot. However, she was also low-key and had a lot of depth. Although she was very amiable, the fact that she had so many bodyguards behind her naturally revealed her current status. Everyone looked at Lin Che. She was dressed in a long black dress, elegant and natural. She wore a little ornament on her neck, which didn't make her look pompous at all. She didn't look like some celebrities who wore famous brands when they went out. They couldn't tell what brand she was wearing, but judging from the material, they knew it wouldn't be cheap. She held a handbag in her hand and handed the rest of her things to the assistant behind her. However, her waist and appearance were indeed one of the few celebrities that had not stiffened over the years. Some female celebrities were so obsessed with beauty treatments that their expressions would always look unnatural, but Lin Che had never been like that. At first glance, people couldn't help but feel that she was different from the others. Because her dressing and the smile on her face weren't fake at all. Although everyone didn't want to admit it, the way she presented herself did indeed have the demeanor of a big shot. It made people feel that an A-list celebrity was an A-list celebrity after all. She was different when she went out. However, there were also people who weren't convinced. Seeing her like that, they couldn't help but spit in their hearts. Especially when they saw her acting like the hostess, being congratulated by everyone and standing in the middle like she was the center of attention. It made people feel even more disdainful. If it wasn't for that reality show, she wouldn't be so popular now. She relied on reality shows to become famous. Didn't she rely on selling her face to become famous? Although everyone was jealous of this kind of artist, they still looked down on her on the surface. They felt that she was selling her face shamelessly. As long as she dared to be shameless, she would be able to become famous. Lin Che was escorted to his seat by everyone. The main cast and crew were all seated in the first row. Behind them were the invited guests. As there were too many people, Lin Che didn't have the chance to greet them one by one. Hence, he didn't speak to anyone and just casually chatted with Nan Gongyu. The people at the back wanted to squeeze over to say a few words and show their faces, but they didn't get the chance. At that moment, everyone had already sat down, so they could only give up and squeeze forward. After sitting down, they said unhappily, "Seriously, did she explode in popularity? She's so arrogant. She didn't even greet us before sitting down." That's right. Look at how she brought so many people with her. She's really worried. It's as if she's afraid that someone will harm her. Isn't she just a small-time celebrity? Does she really think that she's a scoop? The movie isn't out yet. Who knows what it'll be like? When the box office is a mess, she won't be so cocky anymore. Everyone looked to the front and talked. However, it was a pity that no matter how much they complained, Lin Che couldn't hear them. After all, Lin Che was at the front and it looked like she didn't even look at the back. She was just chatting with Nan Gongyu, ignoring everyone else. At that moment, the movie had already started. Everyone raised their heads to watch the movie. The set was plunged into darkness and the voices of the people gradually quietened down. This was also the first time that Lin Che had seen a fully edited movie. Along with the music of the movie, she looked at her appearance on the screen. That seductive look was something she had never acted before. Because she was playing a bad woman, her performance this time was really different from the past. However, this bad woman was a girl who looked bad on the surface, but had a very empty heart. Acting was a common thing for her, and she lied at any time and any place. The movie started from the happy part and entered the plot. The pace was very fast and the jokes were endless. Until the end, in a series of coincidences, the female liar was cheated and she went to jail. The last person to watch her was the male lead who had been cheated by her. The entire black humor was filled with sorrow. The scene was beautiful but it was very cruel. Everyone laughed incessantly and fell into deep thought. Almost everyone was watching it. Chapter 981. Lin Che's performance was reserved and deep. It wasn't exaggerated at all, but every single one of his eyes revealed a sense of despair. The people that had been discussing earlier were now speechless. They couldn't help but admit that the film was well shot and Lin Che's performance was definitely one of the best in the entertainment industry. In fact, it could even be said to be stunning. There was no sound from the audience. It was not until the ending music started playing that the audience stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Not bad. It's good. It's deep. Director Nan Gong is amazing. It'll definitely be a hit. Everyone was talking enthusiastically to Nan Gongyu. Nan Gongyu was also very satisfied with the overall effect he had created. He immediately bowed and thanked everyone for their support. Lin Che was also a little teary-eyed as he watched. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. Lin Che looked at Nan Gongyu. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Nangongyu said, of course. Don't you think about it. Back then, you didn't stop finding fault with me. Every day, you told me to change things here and there. I suffered so much. If the results weren't good in the end, wouldn't I cry to death? TSK, Lin Che glared at him speechlessly. The two of them got up and went to the banquet hall to celebrate. The people they met along the way were still congratulating them. There were many people at the venue and naturally, not every place was harmonious. Someone came over to talk to Lin Che. She looked at him and said, Sister Che, my name is Chu Fongyuan. I don't know if you remember me. Lin Che looked at this woman who looked a little older. She looked very slick and shouldn't be a newcomer. However, Lin Che didn't have much of an impression of her. After all, her time back in China was limited. She didn't know much about some of the celebrities who had appeared in the past few years. Lin Che smiled and said, Sorry, you are. Chu Fongyuan's expression changed. She said, It's okay. You're forgetful. A few years ago, I was your supporting actor in that TV series with Gu Jingyu. Oh, I remember now. Lin Che suddenly remembered. He was still very young back then and didn't remember much. Did you change your name? Yeah. I used to be called Chu Ji. People said that the name wouldn't make me famous, so they asked me to change it. Oh, it's like this. Hello. Lin Che smiled. He even apologized that he didn't remember. However, it was something that happened a long time ago, and they didn't have many interactions, so she naturally didn't take it to heart. Chu Fongyuan said, It's okay if you don't remember. I just terminated my contract with my previous company and am considering a new one. My previous company isn't good. They don't give out any resources. I heard that your company is hiring. Lin Che's studio had been recruiting people, but they were also very strict in their recruitment. Looking at the woman in front of her, she suddenly felt that they were not suitable. She smiled and said, I don't care about that. If you have any problems, you can talk to me at the office. If it was inconvenient for her to refuse, she would directly hand it over to the company and go through the normal procedures. If they didn't like it and didn't want to sign it, there was nothing she could say. However, Chu Fongyuan said, I know. You don't know, Sister Che, but is that something you can just talk to them about? I've been in this industry for so many years. Actually, there are many people who have tried to poach me, but I really admire the attitude of your studio. Lin Che's studio had nurtured a few people, so there were people who had been coveting them. They felt that their company's resources were not bad. Moreover, Lin Che had recently started a film company of his own, and it was about to expand, so there were many people who wanted to use their connections. However, Lin Che had never cared about such things. She only heard that many people in the company received calls from all over the place every day, but most of them were rejected. This was the first time she had met someone who came looking for her directly. She really didn't know what to say. Lin Che said, I'm sorry, I really don't care about the company's matters. How about this, I'll give you a business card. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Lin Che asked his assistant to hand over his business card. However, Chu Fongyuan's face immediately darkened. Sister Che, I know you might have forgotten about me, but I've already told you. What? Well, I've already told you. Just help me talk to them. It's your company anyway. Isn't it just a matter of a word? Lin Che said, all right, I'll talk to them. At this moment, Nangongyu, who was at the side, also realized something. He took the opportunity to interrupt, oh right, regarding the publicity, they've been waiting for a while. Let's go over and talk about it. Lin Che nodded and walked to the back. Chu Fongyuan watched him walk away just like that. She crossed her arms over her chest angrily and said, what a big shot. At this moment, there were people who were watching the commotion at the side, and they also started adding oil to the fire. She knows who you are. She signed you. Do you think you're some big shot? She's the big shot, Chu Fongyuan said. Who didn't know that she climbed into Gu Jinyu's bed back then? Now, who knows whose bed she climbed into? That's why she's so lucky. She has people supporting her everywhere, and they even opened a company for her. She really thinks she's so great, Chu Fongyuan said, I've long heard that she has a sugar daddy backing her up. I don't know what he does, but he keeps supporting her. Otherwise, which celebrity has so many bodyguards like her? There are plenty of people who have acting skills, so why does he have to support her alone? She came back and immediately started a reality show and a program. God knows how much money has been spent on it. Do you think she's clean? She's pretending to be so virtuous. At the back, someone couldn't help but say, then didn't you want to go to her company just now? I just want to learn from her. At that moment, Nan Gongyu walked over. He had heard Chu Fongyuan's words just now. Looking at Chu Fongyuan's face, he said, Chu Fongyuan, is it really okay to speak ill of others behind their backs? Chu Fongyuan was caught red-handed. She was a little embarrassed, but her face turned red. She still humphed and said, I'm not speaking ill of him. Am I not speaking the truth? Don't tell me you don't know. I really don't know. The Lin Che in my eyes is completely different from what you're saying. You, on the other hand, are two different things behind her back. You're so vicious. You're speaking up for her. Why? Did she just sleep with you? Nan Gongyu said angrily, I dare you to say that again. Why? You're allowed to do it, but I'm not allowed to say it. Because I told the truth. Are you going to ban me? Ban me then. Try banning me. Nan Gongyu humphed, there's no need to ban you. With your current level, you're no different from being banned. No one knows you on the streets anyway. You. Nan Gongyu said, before you talk about others, look at yourself in the mirror first. Chu Fongyuan became even angrier. Yes. I'm not as flirtatious as her. I can't climb into your bed, so you're mocking me now. Chapter 982. Nan Gongyu said, yeah, I can't sleep looking at you like this. Chu Fongyuan's eyes widened. So you're admitting that you've slept with Lin Che? Nan Gongyu felt that arguing with women was a waste of time. He was just angry for a moment. Looking at Chu Fongyuan in front of him, he could only snort coldly. Lin Che doesn't need to rely on sleeping with others to achieve anything. Her strength is obvious to all. It's not something someone like you can understand. Everyone admired Chu Fongyuan. She dared to scold anyone, not even the director. But it was also because of this that she was abandoned by her previous company. She was too good at offending people. She wasn't afraid of anyone and dared to offend anyone. Chu Fongyuan snorted. No matter what you say, we heard it. Nan Gongyu didn't care about what she said. He looked at her and said, no matter what nonsense you're spouting, the truth is there. But Chu Fongyuan didn't think so. She just felt that what she heard was right. That was what Nan Gongyu meant. Lin Che must have slept with him. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the industry. Everyone was in the same crew and their rooms were so close. They couldn't do anything they wanted. There were plenty of people who wanted to have fun when they had nothing to do. Moreover, if they played with the director, they could get more resources. Why not? So Chu Fongyuan felt that it was true. She snorted and watched as Nan Gongyu left as if she knew a big secret. As she walked, she thought about telling this big secret to others. Lin Che had already heard Nan Gongyu's voice from behind. He walked over and Lin Che hurriedly pulled Nan Gongyu. She smiled at Nan Gongyu. I didn't know that you could argue with people. Nan Gongyu frowned. What's wrong? What's wrong with arguing? Lin Che smiled brightly. He looked at Nan Gongyu, surprised and touched. I didn't say anything. I just felt surprised. Also, thank you for arguing for me. She didn't know how to describe her relationship with him. It was good and bad, they had misunderstandings and they had buried the hatchet. But she never thought that Nan Gongyu would speak up for her. It made her feel close to him for a moment, as if they were on the same side. Nan Gongyu blushed under her stare. All right, I didn't disturb her, did I? Lin Che said, how can a man win an argument with a woman? Now you know why there are so many things going on between female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Sigh, it's because some women are just too troublesome. Hey, that's true, but this woman is a piece of work. You'll know once you get in touch with her. She's famous in the circle. It's right to stay away from her. Nan Gongyu said. Lin Che chuckled and nodded. He was happy that Nan Gongyu had accepted him. After all, the two of them were at loggerheads in the past. Now that they were friends, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, she didn't care about Chu Fengyuan's problem. After the premiere, she called Gu Jingze and told him that it was over. Gu Jingze said that he was already waiting for her at the back. She walked out and looked for Gu Jingze's car in the underground parking lot. She saw a black Porsche that was not very eye-catching but very familiar. Actually, many people in B City drove this type of business car. When Gu Jingze liked to keep a low profile, he would drive this car. She walked over but didn't notice that Chu Fengyuan was also coming out at this moment. She mumbled to herself as she came to the underground parking lot. Unlike those famous actors who had their own assistants, managers, bodyguards, and a bunch of people following them, she had just left the company and didn't have her own team, so she went in and out alone. Because of this, no one noticed her when she came to the underground parking lot. And just as she was about to open her car door, she looked up and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze not far away. Seeing Lin Che running, Gu Jingze hurriedly got out of the car and grabbed Lin Che. Looking at her reproachfully, Gu Jingze frowned and said, "Why are you running?" Lin Che pouted. "I wanted to see you earlier, so I ran a few more steps." "Don't act coquettishly with me, and don't show such a pitiful expression. You're not allowed to run next time." He looked at her. Because it was too hot inside, her cheeks were red, and she ran a few steps, which made her look even more lively. Her clothes were also a little messy, and she looked like a little bunny. He gently adjusted her clothes and lowered his head to smooth the hem of her dress. Lin Che lowered her head to look at such a graceful prince, carefully adjusting these small things for her. This kind of feeling made her feel faintly happy. However, the two of them didn't notice that at the side, someone had already taken a photo of this scene with a phone. Behind the pillar, Chu Fengyuan was already shocked by the scene in front of her. Chu Fengyuan looked at the handsome man in the distance. Who was this man? Why was he so intimate with Lin Che? Naturally, she had already noticed the Porsche at the back. She also noticed that the man's demeanor was different from ordinary people. He definitely didn't look like an ordinary person. Such a handsome man, but he actually wasn't a star. Then who was he? Was he a rich second-generation heir? Was he Lin Che's sugar daddy? Then Lin Che was too lucky. To have such a sugar daddy, how many good things had he done in his previous life? She thought about what Nan Gongyu had said just now and still felt that something was wrong. Who would have such a sugar daddy and even have a relationship with Nan Gongyu? Or was Lin Che the kind of person who always had a foot on two boats? It didn't matter if he saw one or slept with the other. That was really a reckless waste of God's gift. Such a good man, and yet he was still not satisfied. As she thought about this, she looked at everything she had recorded and secretly laughed in her heart. God was really on her side. It seemed that there was hope this time. She hurriedly left quietly. When she went back, she would first find someone to ask who this man was. She hurriedly found her friends who used to hang out with her and asked who this man was. When her friends saw that, they were first stunned, and then they began to help to think who this man was. Then, someone suddenly remembered something and sent the screenshot to the financial news host. The financial news host immediately recognized this person. Wasn't this the person who had always wanted to expose his photo, but was helpless against the pressure from the higher-ups and did not dare to expose it at all? This person is Gu Jingze. One of her friends exclaimed, which made Chu Fengyuan and the others even more surprised. Gu Jingze, what do you mean? Who is he? Don't you know Gu Jingze? He's from the Gu family. Gu Jingming's younger brother, the head of the Gu family. A sugar daddy. Is this person Lin Che's sugar daddy? Oh my God, this is too surprising. Chu Fengyuan immediately remembered. Chapter 983. They looked at him enviously. They were still thinking about how amazing this sugar daddy was. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became even more heated. Some of them even wanted to say how much money it would cost to publicize the news. It wasn't a photo. It was a video. If it was publicized, Lin Che wouldn't be able to deny it. Gu Jingze's actions towards Lin Che were so gentle that it could melt anyone's heart. How could they deny that they weren't intimate? They had to admit that a sugar daddy could be so nice to his mistress. He even squatted down to tidy her clothes. This made them extremely jealous. After watching for a long time, they were still discussing who to reveal the news to. But Chu Fengyuan snatched the phone back. Reveal what? I still have a use for it. How much money can I get from revealing it? What a bunch of short-sighted people. Everyone looked at Chu Fengyuan curiously. She already had her own plan. She was immersed in it with a happy expression on her face. On the other side, Lin Che naturally didn't know about this. She just sighed. There were so many people attending the premiere. However, when she went back, she could already see some statistics after the movie was released. They weren't in a rush, so there weren't many people watching the movie at this time. But Nan Gongyu never cared about time. He always acted when he was ready. He didn't care about anything else. The result of his stubbornness was that the box office earnings were always the same. It was good, but not the best. This time, everyone thought that this would be the result of the movie, but unexpectedly, after the movie was released in the cinemas in the early hours of the morning, all the screenings were full. As expected, the first wave of people who went to watch the movie were mostly fans. After the fans, there were also some interested people who went to watch the movie. Everyone's comments were surprisingly high. They all said that it was definitely a movie worth watching. Film critics also wrote their own reviews at the first moment and posted them on the internet. They were all discussing it. Some interesting lines from the movie were immediately dug up and circulated on Weibo. Then, the next day, the popularity of the movie really increased. The number of people watching the movie also increased. In just half a day, the number of people watching the movie had already exceeded their expectations. After that, the cinemas immediately increased the number of screenings. They didn't expect that a comedy would beat so many 3D movies at once. It won a lot of cheers. The cinemas also judged the situation. Once they saw that the movie was popular, they immediately increased the screenings. At night, Yu Minmin hurriedly called Lin Che. At that time, Lin Che was watching television and leaning against the wall while eating. Yu Minmin immediately said, "Lin Che." Her voice was so loud that even Lin Che jumped up in shock. He dug his ears and said, "What are you doing? Why are you so loud? You scared me to death. You exploded, you really exploded." Yu Minmin couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Lin Che said speechlessly, "What are you talking about? Idiot, I say, this movie of yours, the box office has exploded. It's too scary. 100 million a day, it's definitely the king of 2D movies. 100 million a day. No way. Really, it's definitely 100 million today. It's already 70 million now, okay?" Lin Che also crawled up with a grunt. This box office news was still internal information. She did not know it herself and had to wait for someone else to calculate it. Isn't that awesome? Won't we get a lot of money? Idiot, money isn't a problem. If your movie becomes popular, you'll be an A-list celebrity in the future. Money won't be a problem for you. Alright. I just don't know what to say at the moment. Lin Che did not expect this. Although she knew that Nan Gong-yu's movie wouldn't be bad, everyone thought that the box office of his movie wouldn't be surprisingly good. She did not expect this movie to directly break this convention. What she did not know was that this was only the first day. On the second day, it was still more than 100 million. On the third day, it was still, after a few consecutive days, the box office of this movie was already unprecedented. It was the king of 2D movies. After the last week, the box office went straight to 600 million. This week's box office had already surpassed the total box office of Nan Gong-yu's other movies. In the past, the highest box office of Nan Gong-yu's movies was only 600 million. Now, it was enough in a week. Everyone also started to discuss this movie online. Looking at the movie reviews, they knew that the movie was very well received. The movie was full of jokes and the acting was also very good. It was both refined and popular, and the dark humor made many people feel that this movie was worth watching. This could already be considered a successful movie. It was the only movie in recent years that had a good reputation and box office. It was also a dark horse in this year's box office. Under circumstances that no one expected, it became the box office champion. Lin Che's acting also immediately received very high praise. Everyone felt that her acting that broke through her limits in the movie was very on point. Her acting was very natural. There were no exaggerated movements, but it was so natural that it made people feel that this was true acting. It did not seem impetuous at all, but it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Her eyes and expressions made people feel the same way. That day, Lin Che happily went to the company to celebrate with everyone. On the way, she got someone to prepare a cake and prepared to share it with everyone when they arrived at the company. When they arrived at the company, everyone walked out together. They directly faced Lin Che and sprayed sparkling flower mist, which made Lin Che extremely surprised. What are you guys doing?" Lin Che said in the middle. "The box office sales are huge. Sister Che is really popular." The employees in the company all laughed. Lin Che looked at everyone with a smile. She was in a good mood and looked at everyone pleasing to the eye. All right. Thank you all for your blessings. I'll give out red packets later, okay?" When everyone heard that there would be red packets to receive, they immediately grinned from ear to ear. Everyone was sharing the cake and celebrating. At this moment, the receptionist came over. When she saw Lin Che, she directly came over and said, "Sister Che, Chu Fangyuan is here. She's at the door." Lin Che frowned when she heard this name. Seriously, she must be drunk to be able to find her way to the company. Can't you guys just find someone to handle it? Lin Che said. No, she won't do it. She said she has something to tell Sister Che personally. We also tried to persuade her for a long time, but she said, what did she say? She said you'll regret it if you don't see it. She was so sure. Was it a scheme or was it real? Lin Che sat there and thought about it. He didn't feel that he had any other interactions with her. She said, all right, let her wait first. I'll be right there. Yes. Lin Che tidied up a little before walking out. As expected, Chu Fengyuan was there. She sat outside with her legs crossed, drinking the company's coffee. She looked like an uninvited guest. However, she didn't have the self-awareness of an uninvited guest. On the contrary, when she saw Lin Che, she directly showed a pleased smile. Chapter 984. Lin Che looked at Chu Fengyuan. Hello, I heard that you were looking for me. But I have to go out now. You see. I guarantee that you won't want to go out when you see this material. Chu Fengyuan raised her phone, her expression overflowing with insolence. Lin Che had to admit that she had indeed piqued his curiosity. Lin Che looked at Chu Fengyuan and said, all right, tell me, what do you want to show me? Are you sure we don't want to talk inside? Okay, let's talk inside. Lin Che shook his head and looked at her helplessly. Then, he led her into the company. They went inside. Chu Fengyuan looked at Lin Che's company. She felt that it was just a so-so. It didn't look very big, and it might not be as good as the rumors said. Even so, everyone was still trying to squeeze in. It was really strange. Moreover, the company was only so big. Lin Che made it seem as if he was taking advantage of her the other day, as if anyone wanted to enter the company. Wasn't it just like that? Of course, she didn't know that the company didn't need too many employees, so Lin Che didn't build a big place. Most of the funds were used to pave the way for the artists under him. Of course, he didn't spend much on decorations. Moreover, they didn't pay much attention to decorations. Everyone was working hard together. That was what they were after. After entering the company, Lin Che sat down and looked at Chu Fengyuan. Chu Fengyuan smiled and showed the video on her phone to Lin Che. Look at this. What's this? Lin Che found it strange at first. When he looked down, he was a little surprised. It was a video of her and Gu Jingze in the underground garage. The video was very clear. Their facial expressions were very clear. Lin Che's eyes moved slightly. He looked up and saw Chu Fengyuan's treacherous expression. Then, Lin Che smiled. Oh, about that. What do you think? I don't. I'm just envious. I'm envious of how you found such a good sugar daddy. Lin Che, we are fated to meet each other, and we are fated to meet each other. Why don't you help me out so that I can live with you? How could that be? I don't think you're living a good life. I like the atmosphere in your company. Can you give me something to do in your company? I've been an actor for so many years and I have experience. Aren't I better than the newcomers? It'll be easier to promote me. At least in the eyes of the audience, I'm familiar, right? The cold smile on Lin Che's face disappeared. He looked at Chu Fengyuan and pondered for a moment before saying, all right, I'll call someone over to discuss the contract with you. Really? That's great. I knew it. Just a word from you. Lin Che didn't say anything more. After he finished talking to her, he walked out. Chu Fengyuan looked at the video in her hand proudly. Soon, someone came to talk to her about signing a contract. she harumphed. Like a big shot waiting to be signed, she leaned against the wall and said, I think we need to state in the contract our future promotional plans. How we're going to promote me, how much we're going to spend on promoting me, how many shows we're going to appear on every month, how many movies we're going to make every year, how many TV shows we're going to make. We have to state everything clearly. I'm not a newcomer. Don't try to lie to me about this. The person who came to sign the contract couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Chu Fengyuan and thought, what is this? Isn't she a newcomer? Don't lie to me. Only big names would sign a contract that required them to film a few TV series a year. Who would sign such a contract for an unknown artist? I'm sorry, our company doesn't have such a contract, the person who came to sign the contract said. Chu Fengyuan's expression immediately changed. Hey, you can go and ask your boss, Lin Che, if he can give me this contract. I'm telling you, she'll definitely agree to it. Moreover, she'll agree to whatever I say. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask her. Humph, you even dare to offend me. Let me tell you, don't pretend to be a person in front of me in the future. The staff member was also very sad and angry after being scolded for no reason. He walked out with a strange look on his face. When he saw Lin Che, he said, Sister Che, I've never seen such a shameless person. She insisted on making 2 TV shows and 2 movies a year. I'm really. How can she become popular like this? Lin Che said, just accept it for now. Anyway, the process of signing the contract will take a while. Let's think of another way. Hearing Lin Che say this, he nodded. In Yu Minmin's office. After Lin Che went over and told Yu Minmin about this, Yu Minmin laughed speechlessly. This person is famous for being thick-skinned, but it's not good to offend such a despicable person. I wonder who she showed this to. Lin Che said, since she dared to use it to threaten me, she naturally didn't show it to too many people. She also didn't let anyone copy it. Otherwise, if everyone came to threaten me, this weapon would be useless. She's really courting death. She even dared to provoke Gu Jingze. If it wasn't for the fact that she really doesn't want to be exposed, I'd like to see if she still dares to be so arrogant after knowing that he's not her so-called sugar daddy, Lin Che said with a smile. Chu Fengyuan could indeed be said to have walked out of Lin Che's company sideways. When she walked out, she couldn't help but almost jump up. This was so useful. She was really lucky this time. Although Lin Che's agency wasn't big, it had produced quite a few high-quality celebrities. She thought that she would also have a part in this in the future. Moreover, she had this in her hands. Lin Che was worried that she would be exposed, so he had to let her do as she pleased. When that time came, he might even make her into a celebrity with so many bodyguards following behind her. Thinking deeper, it would be even better if she had the chance to see Lin Che's sugar daddy, Gu Jingze, in the company. She also wanted to have such a sugar daddy. When that time came, she wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Lin Che asked someone to keep an eye on her and didn't care about anything else for the time being. But at this time, the movie's figures were still increasing. A few days later, it broke through the 1 billion mark and became a member of the 1 billion club. Lin Che's company's phone immediately exploded with calls. They were all inviting him to do interviews and programs, but Lin Che basically rejected them all. Recently, because of his health, he tried not to go on these programs as much as possible. Lin Che felt that she was already starting to vomit. Although she was still young, she could feel the occasional nausea. She felt uncomfortable eating something. However, it was different from the previous pregnancy. At this time, she was already vomiting. This time, she didn't know if it was because of the second pregnancy, but she felt much lighter. However, Gu Jingze was still very anxious. He felt that she had to eat something. Chapter 985. Other people were fat when they were pregnant, but she had lost some weight. Her body didn't look like much, but her waist and face looked smaller than before. Gu Jingze brought the food to Lin Che's bed early in the morning. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Eat something first." Lin Che had just woken up, so he was still in a daze. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You haven't washed your face yet. Let me help you." Gu Jingze went to get a basin, a towel, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. Seeing Gu Jingze's exaggerated expression, Lin Che said, "Are you going to let me spend the rest of my life on the bed? Stop joking. Hurry up and eat." Lin Che was really being served by him. After he took the things down one by one, Lin Che sat on the bed and said, I feel like I'm being kept in captivity. Isn't it good to be kept in captivity?" Lin Che said, "It's not that it's not good, it's just, it feels weird." Gu Jingze said, "It's because you don't get fat by eating." Lin Che sighed and looked at his slender arms. "I can't help it. I have this kind of body. Sigh, if I say something like this, people will beat me to death. But there really are people in this world who don't get fat by eating too much. What should I do?" Gu Jingze hated this kind of body. Lin Che said, "Isn't this good? After giving birth, I don't need to lose weight and I can make a comeback." Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che said, "Also, if I wasn't so fat, you wouldn't despise me when I'm so ugly." Gu Jingze frowned. "I won't despise you no matter what. I'm just worried that you'll suffer when you give birth because you're so thin." Lin Che cupped his face. "Look at our big CEO. You're about to become an old mother." Gu Jingze said angrily, "Then who is it?" Yes. It's all because of me." Lin Che felt warm inside. After all, as he said, it was all because of her. How could she not know that he was so worried for her and so attentive? Lin Che cupped his face. "All right, I promise you that I'll eat more. I won't be stubborn and not eat." Gu Jingze said, "Then you should eat this breakfast obediently." Lin Che looked at the table full of things. "No way, so many." "Gu Jingze, I think you're treating me like a pig." Gu Jingze poked her nose. "It's your fault for having a pig's brain." Scram. Okay, not a pig brain." Now that Gu Jingze wanted to make her happy, there were some things that he had to go along with her. "I want to raise you into a pig so that no one will covet you. You'll be mine, okay?" Hearing this, Lin Che smiled even more warmly. She thought for a moment, then curled her lips and said, "But actually, you don't have to worry about others coveting me, right?" "Why?" "Because," Lin Che leaned against him and said, "because you're so good." "Oh, how am I good?" Lin Che looked at him. "First of all, you're handsome." She pinched his arm. "And you're still in such good shape." She looked at him. "And you're the CEO. So I'm fine." "Of course not." Lin Che smiled and said, "The point is that you're so outstanding, and you treat me so well. That's why you're fine." Gu Jingze was very satisfied. However, looking at the petite woman, he pinched her arm and said, "You're trying to bewitch me on purpose, aren't you? Then, will it work?" Lin Che looked up with her bright eyes. Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed her lips. "What do you think?" Other people's bewitchment might not work, but hers was the most effective. Lin Che finished eating and drinking on the bed early in the morning. When she went down, she felt that she was being extravagant. However, after resting for a few days, she still didn't gain any weight. Not only that, but she also looked slimmer. Because of her poor appetite and the hormonal disorder in her body, she looked even thinner. However, Her chest was still growing like a normal pregnant woman's. As the Golden Awards ceremony was approaching, Lin Che prepared a custom-made gown. This time, she didn't use the Gu family's clothes because the Golden Awards was more grand, and they felt that it was better to be more careful. In the past, because she was too lazy to find clothes, she casually took one from the Gu family to wear. She never made a mistake, but it didn't seem too grand. This time, the Golden Awards was the most grand and important film award in Country C. She was also a candidate for the Best Actress, so she had to be paid more attention. Therefore, Lin Che prepared with the company early in the morning to customize the clothes. This was the most famous custom-made clothing shop in Country C. Many socialites and ladies had come to have their dresses custom-made, so it was also a very famous place. However, it was indeed Lin Che's first time here. After all, Bai contacted this place, she asked Lin Che to bring her assistant first. After Lin Che entered the door, the people who came to welcome her were indeed not as enthusiastic as other shops. After all, this was a famous shop, and it could be said that they had seen everyone. They didn't care much about one or two celebrities. After Lin Che came in, the shop assistant introduced her lightly and said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, this is your first time custom making, right? I don't think I've seen you come before." Lin Che said, "Yes, I usually buy other clothes for myself." "That's right, our shop has a long history. You should have heard that the clothes in our shop are very famous. Here is our album, you can take a look at what style you want. Our designers are famous French and Italian designers, and they can tailor it for you." Lin Che said, "I want to take a look first." Seeing that Lin Che didn't seem to consider custom making, the shop assistant thought that she was thinking that it was too expensive to have it custom made by a designer, so she didn't say anything. Lin Che also wanted to try out the style first, so she asked the shop assistant to bring a few clothes to try first. The shop assistant took a few clothes and said, "This is also our new style. No one in Country C has ever worn it before." Lin Che went in to try it first, and the shop assistant specially took out a camera from outside. He wanted to say that Lin Che had never been here before, but this time she was here, and she was a celebrity, so he wanted to take a picture of her and put it on the photo wall. Although there were already so many celebrities on the photo wall, it didn't matter if there was one more. They were ready, and Lin Che had already come out from inside. Seeing that she was wearing a slim dress that wrapped around the curves of her body, it was very stunning. Because she had lost so much weight recently, but her chest was surprisingly big, so at this moment, she was like a Barbie doll, looking so exquisite and perfect. The shop assistant also had to admit that Lin Che looked really good in their clothes. Chapter 986. Especially that slender waist, it was not something an ordinary person could wear. The shop assistant quickly walked over and said, "Miss Lin, do you mind if we take a photo?" Lin Che smiled. "No problem. Miss Lin, don't worry. After you take the photo, I will put it on the wall for you. Many people will think it's beautiful. Our shop's photo wall is not for ordinary people. You can go and take a look. The famous people in Country C have more or less come to our shop." Lin Che was not interested in this. She wanted to take the time to look at more clothes and leave after choosing. Seeing that the shop assistant had left, the assistant said unhappily, "As if we haven't seen the world. Who wants to be on her photo wall?" Lin Che said, "Forget it, it's better to avoid trouble. Since there are no special clothes, let's go. The clothes are pretty good, but she's too arrogant. What does she think we are? Besides, isn't it because you are good-looking that you look good in any clothes?" Lin Che smiled. "Look at your sweet mouth. Let's go." At this moment, in the distance, Two women who looked like they often came here to buy clothes walked over. When they saw the clothes Lin Che was wearing, their eyes lit up. Anyone who saw this would be very stunned, because the curve was too perfect, and the tailoring was too good. When the shop assistant saw the two women, she quickly went to greet them. Her attitude was completely different from when she was with Lin Che. It was no wonder that the shop assistant was so happy. These two were frequent customers of their shop. Every time they came, they would buy a bunch of clothes. Compared to a first-time customer like Lin Che, they naturally preferred this kind of frequent customer. "Miss Fong, Miss Wan, you're here. We just got new stock." "No need. I think the one she's wearing is pretty good." The woman directly aimed at the clothes Lin Che was wearing. Lin Che was just about to go into change when he heard this voice. He raised his head and looked over. He saw two people standing there, tall and slender, looking at Lin Che. There seemed to be a hint of provocation in their eyes. These two were newly minted tycoons. Their families were in the new technology business. They had just become rich, so they were more impetuous and liked to spend money. They spent lavishly and bought everything. That was why they were so popular in the shop. This shop was very famous and they had seen all kinds of people. However, they could not actually see the top rich people. They had seen many people who had just become rich and had a lot of money. The rest of them were celebrities in the entertainment industry. It was easier for these celebrities to gather there to buy clothes. Because one of them had heard that someone had been here before, they wanted to come and try it. Over time, this shop became famous. Seeing that the two of them were pointing at Lin Che, the employees felt a bit awkward. They said to the two of them, "The two of you are regular customers of our store, so you should know that we usually only have one piece of clothing. There won't be more than one." Miss Fong looked at Lin Che and said, "Hey, Lin Che, right? I've seen your movies but this outfit doesn't really suit you. Why don't you take it off and let us have it?" Lin Che didn't want to buy it at first, but hearing her tone, Lin Che felt disgusted. Lin Che smiled and said, "Sorry, I know whether it suits me or not. I don't need to listen to other people's advice." Did that mean she wouldn't take it off? The two people's eyes immediately turned vicious. They walked over and said, "Manager, I've spent so much money here. Don't I have the right to choose first?" The manager looked at them awkwardly. They really didn't have the right to choose first. They were both customers, and one was a celebrity. She was worried that if Lin Che flew into a rage, he would cause trouble online. She had so many fans, so she hoped they wouldn't attack their shop. The manager thought for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment. We'll discuss it later." The two people snorted and went to the side to wait. The manager hurriedly ran over to Lin Che. "Miss Lin, you can give this dress to them. They are the daughters of the bosses of big companies and are socialites." What do you think? Lin Che didn't know that people with a bit of money could be called socialites these days. That socialite was just too worthless. Lin Che glanced at them and said, "Originally, I didn't want to buy this." Hearing this, the store manager's eyes lit up. She thought that this was the end of the matter. Unexpectedly, Lin Che continued, "But now that they want it, I feel that if they bring it back, they will feel very wronged. I'll keep it." Lin Che was playing with them. The assistant said, "Yeah, it's not like we can't afford it." The manager saw that everyone wanted to save face. It was impossible that Lin Che didn't have this bit of money, but they didn't lack rich people here. So the manager straightened her back and advised, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why do you have to do this? Actually, it's not good for us to offend them. Moreover, didn't Miss Lin say that you might not like this dress? I quite like it." Lin Che said, "This dress is fine, but it's not something I'm going to wear for an important occasion. The clothes that they were going to wear for the Golden Awards were prepared in great detail. The color, the style, whether it was more open or colder, they had to go through careful research. This dress definitely wouldn't do. Lin Che had originally wanted to design a set here, but now it seemed that this was just a place that had been hyped up by celebrities. Actually, the real thing might not be better than others. So she wasn't going to set it here. Anyway, there were other custom-made clothes. Even if it wasn't as popular as this one, it didn't mean that the quality was better. But Lin Che really wasn't going to let those two have this dress. She usually didn't spend money recklessly, but today, she didn't mind squandering a bit. When the manager heard this, she was even more troubled. The two people on the other side couldn't hold it in anymore. Miss Fong walked over and said, "Are you done discussing, Miss Lin? I heard some of it just now. What she meant was that you haven't paid for it yet, right? So this dress isn't yours yet. Of course I can buy it." Lin Che smiled. "But I'm already prepared to buy it. Shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served basis for buying things?" Miss Fong chuckled. "I'm prepared to pay double the price. Manager, help me see if I can buy it." Double, this dress was worth hundreds of thousands. Double the price was a huge profit. When the manager heard this, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to do business. She earnestly hoped that Lin Che would give up on this dress. But Lin Che was really like this. The more you asked her to give up, the more she didn't want to listen to them. Especially at a time like this, when someone was causing trouble for no reason. If she gave up just like that, she would be too cowardly. Chapter 987. The store manager immediately whispered to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, look, there are other clothes here too. Some of them are the same style worn by famous foreign celebrities. They will definitely look fashionable in them. Why don't you take a look?" "No, this is all I want now," Lin Che said. The shop assistant's expression changed slightly. "Miss Lin, aren't you making things difficult for me?" The woman behind couldn't hold it in any longer. She looked at Lin Che and walked over in her high heels. "Hey, Lin Che, what's the point of fighting with me over this? Why don't you give it to me and I'll give you my share of the money?" Lin Che chuckled as he looked at her. "Fight with you? I think I saw it first. You were the one fighting with me, weren't you?" The woman harumphed. "I don't care. I'll definitely get what I want. Tell me, how much money do you want to give up?" Lin Che smiled. "Sure. It's not like I can't live without money." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression became one of understanding. She relaxed and looked at her disdainfully. She wanted to say that Lin Che was trying to raise the price. She blew on her exquisite nails and said to Lin Che, "All right, tell me then. How much do you want? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have wasted our time, right?" His appearance was truly disgusting. Thus, Lin Che looked at her calmly and smiled. "Not much, just 100 million. 100 million, the people present all took a deep breath. This person, did he go crazy because of the lack of money? Just a moment ago, they had thought that she was just trying to get more money. Only now did they realize that Lin Che was deliberately teasing them. Miss Fong was instantly enraged. She shouted at Lin Che, "Hey, are you messing with me? Ha, you've got guts." Lin Che said innocently, "How could that be? Am I serious about the price? Isn't 100 million a small sum to you?" "Ha, it's a small sum, but I won't give it to a brute like you." Lin Che's expression softened as he looked at her with a straight face. The little assistant beside him was also angry. She shouted, "Who are you scolding? What's wrong? You're just a small-time star. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're praised by the audience every day? Miss Fong walked over ostentatiously, sizing up Lin Che as she said, no matter what, you're just an entertainer. You live by selling your face, yet you still dare to snatch something from me here. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're a celebrity in the eyes of ordinary people, you'll be flattered wherever you go. I won't fall for it. Lin Che also laughed when he heard that. Selling my face means that I still have a face to look at. Compared to a shameless person like you, I'm considered pretty good. Her words had a double meaning. At first, Miss Fong did not realize what she meant. She was so angry that her face darkened. Who are you calling shameless? I didn't say that. Why did you take it personally? It seems like you're quite self-aware. Miss Fong was furious. Miss Wan, who was behind her, also hurried over. All right, Ching. What's there to argue with an entertainer? She said directly to the store owner, do as you see fit. We're people who spend millions here every month. Tell me, who are you willing to offend with someone who can't even afford to spend money here? She looked at Lin Che again and said, I know, you just want to buy something nice to wear to attend the ceremony or something. Also, these celebrities sometimes don't even bear to spend money on clothes, saying that they want to get sponsors, right? When the store owner heard about sponsorship, she immediately said, we don't sponsor anything here. Lin Che looked at the store owner. So what you're saying is that you want me to take off my clothes and give them to her? Although the store owner was in a difficult position, she knew that the purchasing power of celebrities was indeed not as good as these nouveau riches. For the sake of their reputation, celebrities would buy expensive clothes when they went out to shoot or something. However, they didn't earn as much money as these nouveau riches, so they weren't as generous as them when it came to spending. Looking at Lin Che just now, it didn't seem like he was going to customize anything here. Hence, the store owner said directly, Miss Lin, you haven't bought anything yet, right? Lin Che chuckled. Then what if I'm prepared to buy it now? Our store doesn't want to buy it for you. Can we? The assistant was furious when she heard this. No way. How can you bully people like this? Miss Fong and Miss Wan, who were standing at the side, immediately smiled like flowers and looked in Lin Che's direction proudly. Lin Che narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. Then, she said directly, all right, I'll go in and change. The assistant said in surprise, Sister Che, it was too embarrassing to be bullied like this. Lin Che didn't say anything and just went in to change. The little assistant was left standing with Miss Fong and Miss Wan. The assistant snorted angrily. Miss Fong said loudly, if you knew this would happen, you should have just changed it for me earlier. You could have even gotten a share of the money. What are you looking at? Are you her assistant or manager? Little girl, you have to know that celebrities don't mean everything. This world belongs to the rich, understand? The little assistant was so angry that her liver hurt. However, she couldn't say anything for a moment. However, at this moment, Lin Che opened the door and walked out. She had already changed into her own clothes. She held the clothes in her hand and hurriedly walked over to the shop assistant with a smile, as if she was afraid that there was something wrong with the clothes. However, Lin Che directly threw the clothes on the floor. Then, he stepped on it. The few of them were stunned. Lin Che's heel left a clear mark on the clothes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the person opposite him. The little assistant immediately felt like she was about to explode and hurriedly ran over. Sister Che. The two women and the store manager were stunned. Miss Fong's face turned purple. Wasn't this a direct slap to her face? Miss Wan also immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean by this? Lin Che stood there. I'm sorry, I accidentally touched it. What do you mean accidentally? You did it on purpose. Since you saw that it was on purpose, then what are you saying? Normally, I don't like to bicker with people, but if someone tries to bully me, I won't just sit back and do nothing. I won't let people shit on my head, especially people like you, who make me feel disgusted. You. Lin Che, you really want to die. Miss Fong said to the store manager. Make her pay 10 times the amount. Also, sue her for deliberately damaging things to the police. The store manager was also quite angry. It was said that celebrities had bad tempers. She looked at Lin Che and thought that he was a soft eggplant. She didn't expect him to be the same. Chapter 988. The shop assistant was also looking at Lin Che. Miss Lin, I'm telling you out of goodwill. How could you do this? Lin Che looked at the shop assistant. I only stepped on it a little. I think that since this lady likes this dress so much, she wouldn't mind if I accidentally stepped on it. Miss Fong said angrily, what did you say? Who cares about something that you stepped on? Celebrities are so dirty and their feet are even dirtier. Lin Che looked up. Then there's nothing I can do. Seeing that Lin Che said this, the shop assistant thought that he didn't want to care about this matter. She immediately said, then what about this dress? It could have been sold. The clothes here are the favorites of the socialites. They won't be cheap. Lin Che didn't want to take advantage of anyone. He looked at the shop assistant. I'll pay for it. The shop assistant looked at Lin Che. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't do it on purpose. Miss Fong felt that she couldn't let Lin Che off just like that. She said angrily, I don't care. She ruined the dress. She has to pay for it. Lin Che looked at her and said directly, there are people who look down on others, but this is the first time I've seen people like you. You're just an actress. How dare you say that? Miss Fong said. Lin Che said, then do whatever you want to do with it. Miss Fong said, how do you usually deal with things in your shop? Don't you pay for this? Pay. Of course we pay. The shop assistant knew that Miss Fong wanted Lin Che to pay for it. Actually, it wasn't hard to say. She just had to pay for it. Lin Che said, just because you said so. Miss Fong looked up. Why? You're not happy. Who told you to ruin it? You were feeling good just now and now you don't want to pay for it. Of course I don't mean that. Lin Che said, but don't treat me like an idiot. I won't ask for a single cent if I have to pay for it. If I don't have to pay for it, hee. Lin Che said, about the compensation, you can talk to my lawyer. Lawyer? The two of them harumphed. They knew that these celebrities would have their own team of lawyers. After all, they were celebrities in the company. But they weren't afraid. All right, you can try, Miss Fong said. Lin Che called his lawyer. Her lawyer had been arranged by Gu Jingze in the beginning. Because it was a company, there were many things that were involved in the case. The lawyer handled all the cases very well. Lin Che trusted him very much. After all, Gu Jingze helped her find the lawyer. She believed that the lawyer must be good. The lawyer hurried over. When everyone saw her from afar, Miss Fong felt that she looked familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen this person before? Then, she suddenly remembered that this was the #1 lawyer in the capital, Lawyer Song. Who didn't know this person? Both of them felt a little strange when they saw Lawyer Song walk in. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to invite him. After all, the people who invited him were not ordinary people. When some companies under the Gu family went public, they would sometimes ask him for help. The remuneration of those companies going public was enough for him to spend several lifetimes, so he usually didn't care about small cases. But why did he suddenly come here as Lin Che's lawyer? While everyone was still puzzled, the lawyer had already walked in. When he saw Lin Che, he immediately said respectfully to her, "Miss Lin, I'm not late, am I?" "No, you're just in time." "I'll leave the compensation for this dress to you," Lin Che said directly. Okay. Don't worry, Miss Lin. I'll definitely take care of it." Seeing that Lawyer Song had personally come to handle such a small case and was so respectful to Lin Che, the few of them were a little surprised. Just then, an even more surprising scene appeared. Lin Che looked behind him and said, "All right, since someone has taken care of this, we'll leave first." Miss Fong was still not satisfied and quickly said, "You're not running away, are you?" "Hey, let me tell you, don't think that you can escape. You're a public figure. Don't go into the news because of such a small matter. If people find out that Lin Che came to customize a dress and made such a joke, you'll have to deal with it." Lin Che looked at the store manager and the two ladies and said, "Okay, don't worry. I'll call someone to take care of it." Then, she called Gu Jingze and said over the phone, "Okay, I didn't choose the dress. I think it's not as good as the one at home." Gu Jingze said, "Really? I told you to ask the butler to do it. Didn't I want to have a strong accent?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "You can tell the butler what style you want." "Okay, I'll go to other stores next time. Now, wait for me there. I'll come and pick you up. Is that okay?" "Okay, I'll wait for you here." The store manager listened to her words and felt that it was strange. Was she purposely saying that for them to hear? Actually, Lin Che really did say that for them to hear. His purpose was also very simple. He wanted to see the look on these people's faces. Lin Che was not a kind person. If they treated her well, she would treat them twice as well. If they didn't treat her well, she would definitely want to take revenge on them. Even if there wasn't any real revenge, it was fine to make them feel bad. While they were still watching, they saw Gu Jingze arrive outside very soon. Gu Jingze got out of the car. Lin Che was still waiting by the side. Gu Jingze took off his clothes and slowly walked over. He had just come from the company, so he was still wearing a formal suit. He looked very gentlemanly. He was wearing a well-ironed suit. He was a man who was like a clothes rack. He looked very dazzling. At first glance, people could feel that he had an extraordinary identity. The two people inside were a little dumbfounded. And the store manager suddenly had a feeling. Did she offend the wrong person for no reason? Although she only took a look at the man, from what happened just now, it seemed that Lin Che didn't care about the two people's provocation at all. She even brought the #1 case in the capital. Then, such a beautiful man appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Behind them, the car that the man drove was not ordinary. There was probably only one Aston Martin in the whole world in B City. What kind of status did he have to be to drive such a good car for no reason? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see this car because it was too high-end. Therefore, it seemed to be the same as him. It looked a little low-key. However, there was endless luxury in the low-key. Chapter 989. The two young ladies on the other side were stunned. They had never seen such a handsome man. And they had never seen such a graceful man. Gu Jingze walked to Lin Che's side and scanned the shop coldly before saying to Lin Che, "Shall we go?" Lin Che turned around and said, "No, I stepped on their clothes and I have to pay for it." Also, they said that they have to pay several times the amount and they want to send me to the police station. Ha! Gu Jing's face showed a mocking smile with a hint of coldness, which made the others gasp in shock. The shop owner couldn't help but shrink back. Lin Che said, "It's okay. I've already called Lawyer Song." Where? Gu Jing's every turn and movement was beautiful. It was pleasing to the eye, but at the same time, they were worried. Especially when they met his cold, star-like eyes, it would make people feel a chill in their hearts. When Lawyer Song heard that Gu Jingze had come, he quickly came out. He chuckled as he ran to Gu Jingze and said, "Sir, I just went to find out about the situation." "Oh, how do we solve this problem?" Lin Che asked. "We looked at the extent of the damage, looked at the items, and listened to what happened. We feel that the shop cheated the customers, raised the prices of the products, and advertised them maliciously. I think if we sue them, we should be able to get some compensation." "Oh, then go ahead," Gu Jingze said lightly. The shop owner was so upset that his intestines turned green. What did he say? "Sue them." Lawyer Song said again, "Yes, sir. Don't worry, we don't need anyone to go to court. I'll find someone to settle this small case." "Okay, if there's nothing else." Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che. "Let's go." Lin Che tilted her head and looked past Gu Jingze to look at the people inside. "We're leaving just like that? I wanted to ask what we should do after this." The shop owner saw this and quickly stood up. She smiled apologetically and said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, we were just joking. There was a misunderstanding just now, but you don't have to pay for it. The clothes weren't damaged anyway. They just got stained by your shoes. You're so famous. If we say that they were your shoes, they'll definitely sell better." Lin Che chuckled. "Then this joke is a bit too much. Sorry, we didn't make it clear." The shop owner quickly lowered her head and apologized. How could she have imagined that the power behind Lin Che would be so great? Seeing how Lawyer Song was bowing to this handsome young man, he knew that he was not an ordinary nouveau riche. The two women at the back were still unconvinced. Looking at the man's cold eyes, although they were a little scared, they were, after all, also rich people. How could they be afraid of a man who suddenly appeared? Miss Fong stepped forward and said angrily, "Hey, what do you mean by this? Why are you so timid? If he wants to sue us, we'll definitely accompany him to the end." Gu Jing's gaze swept over and landed on Miss Fong's face. It was breathtaking, and Miss Fong couldn't help but shiver. She found it sexy, but at the same time, she felt scared. She couldn't help but hold back at the end. Gu Jingze looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" Miss Fong listened to his low voice, puffed out her chest and said, "We're from Shinri Technology." Shinri Technology. Gu Jingze frowned and thought for a moment. Oh, I know. It wasn't his fault. After all, his memory was so good that he could remember many things at a glance. Miss Fong's eyes lit up when she saw that he knew who she was. "Well, do you know who I am now?" Gu Jingze said, "I've only heard of it. It just went public recently, but I usually don't pay much attention to small companies like this." Miss Fong looked at Gu Jingze angrily. "Small company? Ha, look at how arrogant you are. Your company is big, but I've never seen you before. Humph, I don't know where you came from, but you're pretending to be from a rich family. Let me tell you, you can't pretend to be from a rich family." Gu Jingze smirked. "You're from a rich family?" Miss Fong's face was purple from embarrassment. Gu Jingze said, "There aren't many people in B City who dare to say that they're from a rich family. In a place like B City where one could casually stroll around, one could meet many rich and powerful people. Who would dare to say that they were rich and powerful? Miss Fong said, "That's right. Which family are you from? How dare you come here to show off?" "You don't deserve to know my name," Gu Jingze said calmly. Miss Fong was so angry that she wanted to rush over. However, at this moment, the security guards behind Gu Jingze stopped her. Miss Fong could only stare at him angrily and shout, just you wait, Gu Jingze snorted. He didn't even look at them. He pulled Lin Che along and walked out. The manager quickly found someone to stop Miss Fong. On the other side, Miss Wan looked at the security guard and suddenly reacted. She saw the badge on the security guard and quickly pulled Miss Fong back, saying, all right, stop chasing after him. It's over. I think I've seen this badge before." Miss Fong was stunned. "What badge?" Miss Wan said, "That badge just now seems to belong to the Gu family." "Which Gu family? Which other Gu family would have their own exclusive badge?" Miss Fong said, It can't be that Gu family, right?" Then who was that man just now? Lawyer Song, who hadn't gone far, looked at the two of them and snorted. When Miss Fong saw Lawyer Song, she quickly asked, "Hey, who was that?" Lawyer Song smiled. "You don't even know Gu Jingze, and you still dare to say that you're from a rich family?" He snorted mockingly, patted his clothes, and left. He couldn't be bothered to care about ordinary rich families. It was just Shinri technology. To him, it wasn't interesting at all. Miss Fong and Miss Wan were stunned. Did they just see Gu Jingze? Indeed, with their status, they couldn't possibly be associated with Gu Jingze, so naturally, they didn't know him. Initially, they thought that Lin Che looked good in that outfit and wanted it, but now they had offended someone because of it. Now, none of them were interested in the clothes anymore. They only regretted that if they had known that it was Gu Jingze, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. When the manager heard the lawyer's words, he was dumbfounded. This was bad. If Lawyer Song really wanted to sue her, she was dead meat. Chapter 990. Lin Che and Gu Jingze walked out together. When they were outside, Lin Che couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Seriously, we pretended to be cool just now. Look at his face. I'm dying of laughter." Gu Jingze said, "Don't come to this kind of place to buy clothes next time." Lin Che stuck out her tongue. "I saw that they were all buying clothes here and made it seem like they were famous, so I wanted to try it out. This kind of hype usually attracts people who can't reach this level to spend money," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, yes. You have the best taste. Of course. Let's go. If you want to be grand, I'll take you somewhere else." "Really?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would you stay here and quarrel with them? I think it's quite interesting." Looking at their faces at the end, I'm dying of laughter. Gu Jingze looked at her. "Silly. Next time you encounter something like this, you can just call someone to teach them a lesson." "That's so boring." Lin Che said, "I just wanted to see what kind of show they had planned. Sigh, I didn't want to do anything at first. I just wanted to look at the clothes. Who knew that these people would be so disgusting? They had to belittle us celebrities. Celebrities don't get in their way. We even add a lot of fun to their lives, don't we?" Lin Che supported her head and said, "That's why I decided to teach them a lesson. There's no harm in teaching them a lesson." "That's right. Don't get bullied next time. Mrs. Gu doesn't need to be bullied." "Of course." Lin Che smiled and hugged Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze took her to a shop. The service attitude was much better and they all looked very professional. They helped Lin Che measure his height and weight. She also said that she would wear flats this time. Because she was pregnant, she didn't want to wear high heels, so the requirements for gowns were much higher. First of all, she had to wear it with an imposing manner and not be restricted by the flats. This kind of gown was actually not easy to make. So in the end, they still made a more elegant long dress. The designer explained the concept to Lin Che first. He looked at Lin Che's figure and said to her, "Madam, with a figure like yours, you'll look cool no matter what you wear. However, to counter the special situation you're in, we've specially designed a semi-transparent gown for you. It feels like it's woven, but it's not made of yarn. Instead, it's a kind of fabric that has a draping feel. This way, the gown will look very smooth, and it will stretch your body from top to bottom. The shape of your legs is very beautiful, and they'll definitely look very beautiful even if they're faintly visible. They're so long that even if you're wearing flat shoes, you won't be able to tell." Lin Che nodded. She didn't have much of an opinion towards these design concepts, but when she looked at the sketches drawn by the designers, she felt that they looked very good. She was just a little unconfident as she said, "The person in the sketch has such long legs. I can't bring out this kind of effect." The designer shook his head and said, "How can that be? Madam, your figure is very good, and your legs are very long too. With your proportions, you can totally wear any kind of clothes. I like people with figures like yours the most. No matter how you design it, it'll look good." Lin Che pursed her lips and smiled. She couldn't tell if he was complimenting her or telling the truth. But even if it was a compliment, it was still quite pleasant to hear. After the design was finalized, Lin Che and Gu Jingze left together. They agreed to come back a few days later to see the sample. Because time was tight, and this client was the one they valued the most, the sample was ready in a few days. Lin Che went over to try on the gown. After putting it on, he realized that the designer was indeed very good. The gown fit him very well, and it felt very different when he wore it. The stretching effect was very obvious. Even though he was wearing flat shoes, Lin Che still looked very tall. Lin Che looked at herself in the mirror and was very satisfied. After walking out, everyone was stunned to see Lin Che. However, this was only a preliminary sample. The final product would be much more exquisite than this. Lin Che felt that customizing clothes was really troublesome. Because this occasion was rather important, he let it go. He didn't want to be so troublesome next time. Moreover, it seemed like it would cost a lot of money. Lin Che wasn't the only one in the entertainment industry who was preparing gowns. Actually, everyone was actually searching everywhere. Some people saw Lin Che's photo in the previous shop and thought that Lin Che's clothes were custom-made there. So, many people wanted to follow him and go there to have their clothes custom-made. At first, the shop staff looked down on Lin Che. She felt that Lin Che had never bought any clothes before. It seemed like she had bad taste. However, she didn't expect that so many people in the entertainment industry liked to imitate her. Just because of one photo of her, so many people came to ask about it. Naturally, the shop staff didn't explain the origin of the photo and what happened that day. Anyway, they were going to sell clothes. If they wanted to buy it, they would sell it. In the end, they couldn't blame them for not explaining. Anyway, these people didn't ask about it. Soon, it was the day of the Golden Name Awards. Gu Jingze knew that today was very important, but he was also worried that it would be too busy and her body wouldn't be able to take it. He followed Lin Che early in the morning and kept saying to Lin Che, "Eat something." Lin Che was a little nervous. Because she hadn't attended such an important ceremony for a long time, she kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Naturally, she couldn't eat more than a few mouthfuls. She felt that she was already full. She was worried that if she ate too much, her stomach would protrude and she wouldn't look good in the gown. She walked in front to wash up, and Gu Jingze nagged behind her. When Lin Che felt helpless, she turned back and took a bite. Early in the morning, the servants were amused by the couple's behavior. Lin Che finally got dressed and told Gu Jingze that he was going out. Gu Jingze said, "I'll ask my people to follow you. After all, they are quite experienced. Also, it's better to have more people today." Lin Che said, "Okay, then I'll send a few people." At this moment, Lin Che felt that it was better to listen to him, lest he kept nagging. Gu Jingze said, "You don't have to choose specially. Just ask Xiao San and the others to follow you." Ah. He was talking about the few people who had been following him. Usually, Gu Jingze had a lot of people around him, but there were a few who were very powerful. Because they were good at martial arts, experience, and skills, they were almost all-rounders. Therefore, Gu Jingze appreciated them very much and always kept them by his side. If he gave them to her now, what about you? It's the same if I ask the others to follow me. No, you can use them since it's convenient for you. It's not a particularly important thing for me. She was going to attend an award ceremony. It seemed a little too grand to bring the backbone of Goose with her. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.